Okay, so that's it. We're live. Welcome to Carnivore Talk. And this is our traditional Monday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time discussion. It's a roundtable discussion about carnivore related diets, whether that's ketovore, low carb, animal based. We welcome all of you here. And it's a roundtable discussion in the sense that you too can be on the screen along with everyone you see in front of you. For right now, that is Meathead, Kurt, and Jeff, who goes by Geezy over on carnivoretalk.com, our lovely community, which you're also more than welcome to come over and join. You can find the link to join us on screen over there at carnivoretalk.com, and we're also going to share it in the chat here in a few moments. So if you have a webcam and a microphone and a little bit of courage and would like to actually talk to us using your voice instead of the keyboard, you're more than welcome to join us here on screen. And we would love to have you here. We have room for 10, and currently we have 3. I think the most we've had is maybe 7. So plenty of room, plenty to talk about. This could go on for an hour, or this could go on for, it's been up to 3+ hours at times. So it all just kind of depends on how active things are going and how tired we are, because it is late for a lot of us here on Monday night. And yes, we're very punctual over here on the chat. Hello, Kitchen Witch. You've been on here on the past too. You're welcome to join us if you like. And who else we have? We have Granny Boo from Oklahoma. Hello. I'm from Ohio, by the way, and Jeff's from Texas. Kurt is from a sunny place out off grid. And let me get that link. They changed the way things look on my end. I have a new set of, they changed the GUI. There's a new set of icons that aren't the ones I had before. All right. And then welcome D4424. It's interesting. My zip code's 44224. So very close, but I'm in Ohio. You're in Indiana. Welcome. And hi, Lewis. It's good to see you too. Here comes the link. There's usually a short delay. And I'm going to post it now. There's the link if you'd like to join us on the screen. If you do, I usually hear a little tone. If I recognize you, I'll probably put you on the screen right away, even while we're talking. If I don't recognize you, I'm probably going to wait until we're done talking, and then I'll bring you on the screen so we can say hi and get introductions out of the way. So how's everybody doing today? Jeff, how you doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good. A little tired.
A little tired?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, me too.
We're packing up and getting ready to move.
Did you find a place?
We put a bid in on it last week. We've been negotiating the price. We finally hit a price that we agreed to. So I started a long paperwork today, and we'll sign the contract tomorrow to put it on consignment, or whatever they call it.
Contingency.
Contingency.
Yeah.
Depending on how the inspection comes out. So far, it's looking good, and God's opening doors for us here. So we're pretty tickled.
All right, awesome. That's glad things are going smooth. Well, seem to be going smooth, and hopefully they continue to go smooth. So, and you're able to get this place. So, obviously, you like it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot of land.
It's just 17 acres.
17 acres. That's a lot of land. I got 3/4 acre here. That's all my empire extends. So I could probably throw a couple chickens in my backyard, but I don't know if I could have a cow. All right. And you've got livestock that you'll have to take with you, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. We have to have land. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Actually, most of the meat we eat is what we raise or what I hunt.
Mm-hmm. All right. Very good. And was the property already suited for containing
it's
them?
turnkey. It's turnkey.
Okay. All
we
right.
walk in, we just take our livestock down there and dump them off and start loading things up. It's everything. It's everything we need and everything we want. And it's got a shop that's as big as the house.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful shop in it.
All right. Yeah, that's awesome. I wouldn't mind having a property that had a shop where I could do all my business stuff. I have a 2-bay garage, and I have got all my work stuff kind of hogging up 1 bay, and then we use and then my wife uses the other one. So yeah, having an extra building for work would be a wonderful thing. Hello, Rockin' Keto Amy. It's good to see you on the chat with us tonight. Glad you could tune in. And then we have a comment here from either, it looks like Jerry Coyle, might be Gary Coyle. How can I add fat to my diet when I detest meat fat texture? So there's our first question for the night.
Liquid.
Yeah, so there's a heavy cream is one way. I use heavy cream to make carnivore ice cream. And if you never knew that there was such a thing as carnivore ice cream, there is. And it's pretty much, I think if I was to recall it off the top of my head, it's probably a cup of heavy cream and 2 egg yolks. And then if you want, that's all you need, really. And you blend that together. And then I have a Ninja Creamy, so I freeze it. And then in the next day, then you can put it in the machine and it whips it up for you. Other ice cream makers behave differently. You might not have to freeze it for a day first. But then optionally, you can add whatever you are comfortable adding, so if whether that's like some vanilla extract to give it some taste, or if you want to add some allulose or some stevia to give it a little sweetness, if your diet allows for that, that's optional too. And of course, if you're keto, then there's many more things you could add to that too. But the basis for that is carnivore, and that's heavy cream and eggs. And what are some other ways she could add fat to her diet that's not necessarily the fatty meat?
Butter.
The texture of fatty meat. I imagine when she says that, a lot of people have a hard time with the rubbery feel of fat when they're trying to eat it off a steak. So.
Butter, MCT oil, cook all your food in some type of animal fat, tallow, ghee, lard, butter, whatever. You can pour that over the meat after after it's rendered out. Hamburger, get you a 70-30 hamburger, chop up bacon and mix with the hamburger. And whatever renders out in the pan, pour that over the burger patty as a condiment. There's all kinds of ways. If you don't like fat itself, there's all kinds of ways you can still get your fat. If you drink coffee or tea, make it bulletproof. 1 tablespoon of butter, 1 tablespoon of MCT oil, blend it in a blender. It's a wonderful morning drink. I do that. I don't drink coffee or tea, but I will do a bone broth, a hot bone broth, blended up with butter and MCT oil. So there's plenty of ways you can get your fat without having to eat the solid fat.
Yeah, and then some of the things that I've just been doing lately, and if you've listened to me for a while, you're gonna I repeat this a lot. I've recently discovered brown butter bites, and so I make those.
Good one.
If you saw Sean Baker's quote unquote sugar diet video, he called it a better sugar diet.
Yeah.
And basically he was trying to prove the point that the reason that diet quote unquote works is because you don't consume hardly any protein, and you can do the same thing that the sugar dieters are doing, but with using animal fats. And so what he did was he made a big batch of brown butter bites. And one day that's almost all he ate was brown butter bites, and he had maybe just a little protein towards the end of the day. And then the next day he had pretty much just with, the carnivore ice cream with maybe a tiny little bit of protein at the end of the day. And then on the third day, he repeated like a combination of those. And like in 3 days, he lost 8 pounds, which, sounds, and he was eating plenty of fat, getting all his calories from fat. But in that absence of protein, it triggered that that hormone, the same thing that causes the quote unquote sugar diet to work, except this way he's eating something that benefits his health and doesn't wreck it. So,
Right.
yeah. So the, all of Jeff's suggestions are great. Yeah. When, when you cook meat, don't drain the fat down the sink, drain it in a dish, pour it back over your food and eat it. So, and then if you're like steak, actually, I like New York strips, but I like to cut the fat off the New York strip and fry it in the pan beside the New York strip and let it get crispy. Because I find that I can eat it if it's crispy. And I like that better than when it's kind of, rubbery. So, all right. Continuing on the chat, we've got, we did already say hi to Rockin' Keto Amy, who also likes butter and wants to know, Kurt, if that's cheese that you're eating. Nope. He'll let us know in a moment, I'm sure. He's eating on mute because sometimes we get complaints. So that looks like sauerkraut to me. Yep. Okay. He's having some sauerkraut. Okay. Nice fermented vegetable there. All right. Hello, Alexis. Good to see you tonight. Welcome to the chat. You're welcome to join us on screen anytime. And he answered that in the chat too. Yeah, sauerkraut. Egg yolks, D says, is a good way to add fat. That is true. You can make some sauces with egg yolks and add to it. I love sauerkraut. Made my own kimchi when I was ketovore. I like sauerkraut too. I haven't had any in probably over 2 years because I've been mostly carnivore for over 2 years. So, but it is good. And Mandy, welcome to the chat, Mandy. Glad to have you here. And Deborah is new to the channel. Welcome to Carnivore Talk. Glad to have you here. We look forward to getting to know you. And that can be either in the chat or it can be on screen. If you want to join us on screen, I occasionally post the link in the chat. And you can also get the link. It's always posted in our community over at carnivoretalk.com. And let me go through this chat here. I hate the texture of fat too, also, which is why I stick to melted butter or tallow mixed with water. Doesn't work for everyone, but it works for me. So yeah, butter and tallow, are definitely good ways to add some fat. And usually that's necessary if you want to try and achieve that 80-20, or 2-to-1, because things seem to be naturally 1-to-1, but to get them a little fattier, you got to do some added fat. I make trimmings in the air fryer, then put them in the fridge. Much easier to eat, not as rich as when it's hot. Oh, okay. That's an interesting one. I'll have to give that a try. Rockin' Keto Amy loves ribeyes. And for some reason, New York strip continues to be my favorite. And it might be just because some of the ribeyes I get are super fatty in the rubbery sense, and I can kind of, like I said, with the New York strip, I can control it. I can still eat that big slab of fat on the side, but I can cut it off and crisp it up and get it that way. Porterhouse is also a good steak. Yes. Right out of the gate, we're going to get me hungry because I haven't had anything to eat yet. All right. Do a little bit in the beginning, Jerry, then work your way up. Otherwise, you'll have tummy problems. That can be true. So if you're not used to consuming fat, you want to gradually increase your fat. Let that bile production catch up, and or else, you'll be running to the bathroom. So, hi, Alexis, how you doing?
Good. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you're Lexi on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're Lexi on the screen. You're the same, but you're Lexus in the chat, right?
Yeah, Lexus is my full first name.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that we had, do we have that you're the same person, or we have two different people with the almost similar name?
It's me.
All right. Very good. How are you doing today?
Good. I've been going to the gym lately, strength training, and it's been so much fun. Oh my gosh. And yeah, that's been what I've been up to lately. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I got a set of free weights here at the house that I use once in a while, but it doesn't motivate me much, honestly. I think I'd be more
Yeah.
motivated with either a gym membership, or because someone gave me the weights, and or if I invested in some sort of piece of equipment here at the house, then seeing it sit in the corner, knowing I spent money on it, that would probably motivate me some more. But I just have a couple free weights. I can, you can do this kind of thing and this kind of thing with them, and then I'm kind of like, this is boring.
Yeah, that doesn't work for me. I have to go to the gym. I love being in the gym.
Yeah, yeah. I used to be a regular gym goer. I'd hit that treadmill, then hit the weights, then I'd hit the pool, and then I'd come home and eat everything in sight because I had just burned up all this energy. No. Okay, let's see here. Lewis likes fat trimmings in the air fryer too. I need to work on more practice. I need to practice with my air fryer more. I have a cheap little air fryer. Actually, there's actually another one I want to invest in that's a little more nicer. But a lot of people speak very highly of air frying their food, and it's not something that I ever got into the custom of doing. I'm either the grill, the cast iron pan, or the microwave. I've not had any bowel issues in 8 days of carnivore. Excellent. Very good. I don't think I had any bowel movements at all in my first 8 days of carnivore. I was starting to get concerned. I remember things were kind of a little wonky in the beginning, but then everything settles back to normal. If only I had a hiking buddy and it wasn't so hot. And okay, excuses. Yeah, I get it. So that's the other thing you've heard me talk about too, is I want to get either a weighted vest or a ruck pack and then go walking. So, all right. Very good. Okay. So, my thumbnail today was on we're all in this together, and I decided to name the live stream Carnivores Stand United. And what inspired that for me was there's another couple channels, and for the last several weeks they've had some back and forth drama going on. And on Saturday they managed to talk things out, and it went pretty good. So person A was able to kind of explain what they meant by the things that they said when they were expressing their opinion. Person B actually did a very good job of explaining why they felt the way that they did, and both of themselves carried themselves very well. And it sounds like things have resolved and are going to be peaceful moving forward. And but I just thought it was interesting to see how that played out, because in the comment section you had a lot of people who were, and this is kind of natural, it's like, humans have this tribalism mentality. So if you were team A, then you were kind of like really defending team A and kind of maybe taking pot shots at person B. But if you were on team B, and then you were kind of defending them and maybe reciprocating some pot shots the other way. And I think it's good that everybody tries to resist speaking in those kind of manners, because as carnivores, we're all on the same team. And I think unity is very important. And, when we're talking about unity, that's, a group of us that have somewhat of the same belief system, and we have the same goals. And so our belief system in this case would be the benefits of a carnivore centric diet. So we all believe that meat heals. Meat should be the central to the diet. And most of us, whether we feel strongly about strict carnivore or more forgiving keto or animal based, we're all cool with whatever the other person's doing, because if it's working for them, great. They need to keep doing what they're doing if their health is improving, if they're losing weight, and or if they've achieved those goals and this is what they're doing to maintain it. That's absolutely awesome. And we want to encourage them to continue doing what they're doing. And, I kind of went off on a little tangent there and I forgot where I was going with that. But, what I think is probably not so hot is, when you're so rigid in your views that you have to be right, and we do see that sometimes. Sometimes we often scoff at the vegans for that. They're so close-minded. It's no animal products, veganism. It's almost like a religion. And on the flip side of the coin, we've got some very vehement carnivores that are the same way. We jokingly call them the carnivore purists or carnivore police, and that doesn't really benefit, anybody in the long run. You can certainly feel strongly about your diet. And if you're getting the results that you want, you should absolutely be proud of it. And yes, preach it from the rooftops. But it doesn't make someone who does maybe a different variation of that diet necessarily like the wrong or the bad guy or something like that. So I think it's just important in this community, which I consider the proper human diet community, low carb, animal-based, keto, ketovore, carnivore, wherever we are on that spectrum and thriving, we just want to be encouraging and upbuilding and not say anything that would discourage someone, because we would hate to say or do something that would cause someone to kind of fall off the rails. And next thing you know, they're back on the standard American diet and things are, going downhill for them. And so we always want to upbuild one another because we want to see each other succeed regardless of the avenue that they're taking it, wherever they are on the spectrum. So there's just some few thoughts I had. And of course, later on, I'm sure one of those parties, they usually join us on Monday night and we can talk about it in detail a little more then. So anybody else that wants to comment can. I'm going to go over here and catch up on the chat.
Well, here's the deal. When it comes to arguing about how we eat, it's goofy, it's silly, because we have a foundation of high fat, moderate protein diet. From there, everybody has to fit it into their lives for what works for them. Because what works for me may not work for you. I thrive on 70-30. A lot of people do better on 80-20. Some have to go 60-40. So it's different for everybody. And one person can tolerate dairy, another person can't tolerate dairy. So you can't tell somebody, oh, you can't do dairy because you're a carnivore. No, dairy is part of carnivore. It comes from an animal. But just because you can't do it doesn't mean somebody else can't do it. Me, when it comes to dairy, I've got to moderate it because it's addicting to me. So I have to have it, in moderation. But we shouldn't be arguing about how to do this, because you have to do what's best for you, what works in your body.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm, I readily admit that I'm carnivore 97% of the time, but I also readily admit that every once in a while we might go out and I'll eat something that is a single ingredient whole food. I've made some pretty rigid vows with myself. I'll never eat grains and I'll never eat sugar again unless it's my wedding anniversary. That's exactly how I've worded my vow. And, so if I occasionally go out, and I, it's somewhere expensive and then I may eat the side vegetable. I may pass the side vegetable off to someone else at the table. That's my prerogative. And that's like something that happens maybe once to twice a month. All of you just witnessed Kurt eat some sauerkraut. Should we stone him to death now? Absolutely not. He says, bring it on. He says, pick up your rocks. And we see some individuals that are ketovore here in the chat, and you know what? That's absolutely great. A lot of us started off that way, and it worked for us too. and then eventually we tried carnivore, and, for whatever reasons, we stuck with it. And then there's some of us who stuck with it for a while and then was like, you know what, I'd rather go back to ketovore, and that's completely fine too. And then I'm not even against the ones who are, they go a little more animal based and they're doing the fruit and the honey. I think it's a little weird when someone goes pretty overboard on that fruit and honey, but again, that's their prerogative, and I certainly don't, wish them any harm or anything like that. If it works for them, great. If someone's trying that and it's not working for them, then that's where you come in with some counsel. Like, hey, why don't you say this isn't working for you? Why don't you back off the honey and the fruit? Or if ketovore is not working for you, why don't you try eliminating that salad, that broccoli, or whatever, and why don't you try just going pure carnivore for 30 days? Just try it, see how you feel, and then because you can always go back. And then at the same time, if that's not working for them and they've hit a stall, maybe they need to shake things up too. I've had a stall where I was getting frustrated, ate something that was not carnivore, and then the next day, oh my gosh, I'm 3 pounds down. So sometimes I think it's good, to vary your habits a little bit sometimes. Throw something new at your body, because it gets used, it adapts to what you're doing. And so I find that whenever I'm at a stall and my body seems to have locked down on what I'm doing, that I need to do something different. I either need to fast for a day. I need to go back to intermittent fasting. Sometimes I need to just eat more. Maybe I'm not eating enough and I need to add food and add calories to what I'm doing, and then the weight starts to come off again. Sometimes, I'm at a dead stall. I can eat an apple, and the next day all of a sudden I'm 2-3 pounds down and the weight's now coming back off again. So human body can be fun. It catches on to what you're doing, and it tries to play this game of adapting and getting you to kind of stabilize, so it's always trying to give this equilibrium, and sometimes you got to play games with that to keep the weight coming off. That's what I've found, at least. Maybe you're not like that, but that is the case with me. I can have great success, 10 pounds, 15 pounds, stall, and then stall for months, and then I got to do something to kind of throw some confusion at my body, and then it start losing weight again. So,
for me, it took going to the gym to break my weight loss stall. Well, I think I told you guys I'd been gaining weight. Well, right. I started strength training last week. I went a few times, and I realized I wasn't eating enough just because I lost like 5 pounds in like 4 or 5 days. Obviously, a lot of that's water weight, but I also felt terrible. And so now I've been eating more, but I'm still losing weight, which is really cool. So, but I wanted to add too about the carnivore community and some people being really strict about it. I really appreciated when I first started carnivore that like nobody judged me when I said that I was still having like a teaspoon of honey in my coffee. I don't anymore. After the 3rd week, I stopped doing that. And then last week, I attempted it again and had psychotic thoughts like all day. So I will never do that again. But yeah, nobody judged me, and it was really nice.
And nobody should judge you. This is your individual journey, nobody else's. This is your health, not theirs. So nobody should judge you for what you do. Now, if, like you said, you're eating something, it's not working, you're having issues, all right, well, it is an elimination diet, so you eliminate that thing, And like I said, some people can do something, some people can't. That's just the way it is. So we have no right to judge anybody else. So if you're judging somebody else, you might want to look and see what's wrong with you, because there ain't nothing wrong with them. Just because they're not doing it your way. There's no rules. There's no police to this. It's an individual journey.
Agreed.
Yeah, very nice, very well worded. So we have 3 new guests on the screen that we added while we were having that discussion. So let's first say hi to Amy. She joined first. How you doing?
Howdy.
I'm doing great. Day 8 of strict carnivore here. No cheese,
All
just
right.
meat, salt. I am having coffee though, because
Mhm.
the world would end if I didn't get some coffee. I think as anyone who knows me knows. But thank you.
All right, yeah, very nice. I still drink tea in the morning. I don't drink coffee anymore. I have personal reasons why I had to quit, and but I still drink a morning tea. And my crutch is still artificially sweetened beverages. So I'm carnivore plus Diet Mountain Dew. So it is what it is. All right, hey Dustin, how are you doing today?
How we doing, guys?
Oh, very good.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I caught you on a live over the weekend. You were doing a fine job over there.
I appreciate that.
All right. Yeah, so Dustin's got a channel. Go over and support him. Amy, do you have a channel too?
I do. It's
You do,
at
right?
Keto Rockstars. So I haven't had a channel that long. It's only been since October, but I have been doing like Facebook live streams for, I don't know, a couple of years. And I went to Keto Palooza last year and they're like, you need a channel. I'm like, why? Why do I need a channel? So, and Dustin was one of the people I think that encouraged me to get a channel. So it's been since October. So it's small, but it's growing.
All righty. And while we've got you on the line, you said it was called Keto
Rockstars, at Keto Rockstars.
Oh, okay. I'll type that in and then if that doesn't work, I'll just type it in the URL. Type it in the search for right now. It's Keto Rockstar. Oh, okay, there it is. Rockin' Keto Amy.
That's me.
All right. At Keto Rockstars. Okay.
More carnivore these days, but still keto.
All right. That's okay. All right. Well, I just subbed there, so I'll see your content start showing up on my TV screen. All right. Very good. So yeah, go over there and support Amy too. And then we have Lewis. How you doing, Lewis?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Are
Good
you
to see
Lewis
everybody.
Lotto from the chat?
I am, yep, that's me.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So where's everybody from? If you're willing to share, of course, you don't have to share it all. So
I live in New York City.
New York City. All right.
Yep, I live in the
live
borough
in-
of Queens, outside Manhattan.
I went to New York
I
City
live in
once.
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm Ohio, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah. I went to New York City. It was in 2004.
Okay.
And I went with like my dad and my wife and my daughter at the time. And I'm driving this minivan, and like all these movies where they poke fun at how crazy New York drivers are, it was all true. Like, and there's like bridges, there's like roads over top of roads, like bridges over, like, so like you have a road above you and
Yeah.
a road below you, and like, and people are zipping past me, cutting me off, and people are changing lanes and everything. And I'm trying to pay attention to signs. And my family's like, oh, well, look, it's the Statue of Liberty. And I'm like, I can't look. I has to look at the road.
Listen, we're just trying to get to work. Get out of our way.
Oh, yeah.
That's no joke, too. I've sung at Carnegie Hall twice in the last 5 or 6 years.
Nice.
And like, you get 5 feet from the curb and it's, they're honking at you. I'm like, dude, I'm not even near the curb and you're honking at me. Why are you honking at me?
Yeah. Well, I live, I live on a tree-lined street. I have a backyard, so I don't live in the city, but that is how we are, though. It is. And this is Zelda. She's visiting.
Kitty.
Hi, Zelda.
Yeah. She's crossing. Yeah. Whenever I start to speak is when she appears. So she'll be back.
Kurt says we don't need to do 10K steps with or without a weighted vest. Like, I agree with that. It's not that we need to, it's that I want to. So,
Right.
yeah, that's just something I want to do to, amp up my activity levels. So, yeah. But yeah, no, it's not needed. They say that. Who was that? Okay, someone's trying to reconnect here. Oh, I see. I think we lost Lexi. Okay. All right. And but yeah, oh, you need to get 10,000 steps a day. You know, that's not true. That's not true at all. So, I do recommend, beginning some activity, but 10,000 is not this magic number. It doesn't need to be that high either. Here's a question from Deborah. Can you guys recommend high protein or higher fat for someone who is very healthy and works out, but has 50 pounds to lose, but weight is not dropping, been carnivore for 4 months? So can you guys recommend high protein or higher fat for someone who is very healthy and works out, but has 50 pounds to lose?
High fat.
But they haven't, but they're not dropping. So they're stalled at 50 pounds to lose, or hasn't lost weight. There's nothing. They either lost some and have and then stalled, or they haven't managed to lose any. And higher fat or higher protein? Yeah, I would say increase your fat ratio. Yeah, I think you need to increase. I would try and increase your fats. That's what I would do. And
definitely increase your fats and evaluate your diet. Evaluate what you're eating. Are you eating a pure carnivore diet? Is there something you need to eliminate out of that diet, such as dairy of some kind? Re-examine your diet and make sure you're eating enough. So many people undereat on the carnivore diet because they're so used to a SAD diet where you eat a little bit 6-7 times a day, rather than just eat 1 or 2 big meals with plenty of fat and moderate protein. And most people they're so satisfied, satiated, they don't eat enough. They undereat. So their body goes into starvation mode and hangs on to that fat rather than turning it loose.
Yeah.
And then
I would agree with that. I would say you at least want to make sure you're getting at least about 100 grams of protein a day. You don't want to undereat protein, because I think the idea of what moderate protein versus adequate protein really is, and I'm not even sure what people consider high protein. Is that like 200 grams, 250? Because I figure that the bare minimum is about 100 grams per person.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree that would go more towards your goal body weight on how much you should be eating?
Well, I think, and I've heard different doctors say that, like Dr. Barry is one of them. He said that every person should be getting at least about 100 grams. That should be the bare minimum. I mean, I don't know if that's for, someone who's 5'9" or 4'9" or, 5'1" or whatever, but I think you can play around with it some. But I know that, not everybody needs to eat necessarily 2 pounds of ribeye a day, but I think you should be at least kind of trying to get some kind of adequate goal, because I think most of us, for most of our lives, have severely undereaten protein. And we probably have a lot of damage to fix and a lot of
no
muscle
doubt
to grow back. Yeah.
No doubt.
Well, and my story is going to be a little bit controversial here, so bear with me, because I'm just going to lay out the facts of what I've been doing. So I've been ketovore for, I want to say, 7 years now, down 110 pounds. After 60 pounds, I stalled for 2 years, right? This is when the Emmerichs came out with the protein-sparing modified fasting.
Modified fasting. Yeah,
So I have been doing that for 4 years. Okay, it broke me through.
And Amy,
you
flex into that. How many times a week? How many days a week?
Between
1 and 3. Between 1 and 3. It goes.
I think that's important to always remind people that whenever
and you never do 2 days in a
days.
row. Now I've recently quit that to go carnivore, so that's all part of my story. Recently, I don't know if it's my age, I don't know if it's hormones, I don't know what it is, but it stopped working for me after 4 years of doing that. And I'm fatigued. The scale is going back up and I haven't changed anything. And so I'm like, okay, what is going on? Like, what do I need to do?
How many calories are you eating on those days? Low, right?
I don't count. It's more about, I took her recipes. I made my own recipes from that, made them easier to cook.
Part of that way of eating is also, it's very low calorie. You're really
on those days. Yes. On those days. Correct. And so I'm like, okay, what is the next thing that I can try that's not SAD diet, not protein sparing modified fasting. And that's kind of where carnivore, I've been coming into these channels and watching everybody. And, you know, I mean, what's the next logical step? And they say fat helps female hormones. So I'm like, okay, the more I pay attention to all of you, the more I'm like, maybe it's time to try this. But then Kerr over here is saying you're going to gain weight. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. Because I've worked too hard to get 110 pounds off. I mean, if I gain 10 pounds or something, that's no big deal. But I'm not going to gain 50 pounds. I'm just not. If I gain 50 pounds on carnivore, there's a problem. Sorry, Kurt. I see you pointing at me over there. But so I'm like, but this is the logical next step is carnivore. It's just the next. And actually, I lost 8 pounds the first week, which tells me was inflammation. It was inflammation. It was all water because I felt like crap. My joints were inflamed, and now that's getting better. So basically, I
And
peed
you were
out
doing
8 pounds.
and you were pretty clean keto, right?
Oh, very, yes. I mean, every once in a while, I would have a non-clean snack or something like that. But most of the time, it was meat, eggs,
And vegetables.
and the 3 days a week I'm not doing PSMF, some veg. That's why I called myself ketovore. So,
Right.
Well, Amy, I only said you might gain weight. Women are a completely different animal when it comes to this lifestyle. Didn't say you're gonna gain weight. You could.
I hope not.
Well, your body is gonna heal before it loses the weight. That's a given. That's what the doctors are saying. That's what even I've been through. I've been on it a year, and I lost a lot of weight, but I had my stalls because I had more healing because I had surgery last September, and it threw me all out of all sorts of whack. And it took me. I started an egg fast to get out of that stall, but I stuck with it. I didn't gain weight though. It just I couldn't lose any weight. And after doing that 16 eggs for 6 to 8 weeks, I lost another 15 pounds, and then I stalled out again. And today, as of today, I have lost almost 78 pounds.
Cool. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's see if I can log in the Carb Manager here.
My journey was a little bit different. So when I started, I was at my heaviest, I was 232. And when I started, I was pure carnivore, 100% pure carnivore. And the weight came off of me very quickly. I got down to, what was it, 180 or 175 in less than a year. And I guess I got down to 180 and I stalled out. And I didn't think nothing of it. I just kept doing what I was doing because I've always heard, and I don't know how much truth there is in it, but I've always heard that your body will regulate itself. It will get to the optimal weight that it thinks it should be. You know, supposedly our bodies are smarter than we are. And 180 was fine with me. I didn't care. I mean, that's what I was when I was in the Army. That was my fighting shape in the Army. So I'm good with 180. And I stayed that way for about 3 months. And I just kept doing what I was doing. I figured this is where my body wants to be. And all of a sudden, after about 3 months, I changed nothing and I started losing again. And I went down to 175. And I went, okay, well, that's my high school weight. I'm cool with that. That's good to go. You know, and then it dropped down to 170 and I stalled out at 170. And I was there for 3 months. Okay. I haven't been 170 since my early years of high school. This is really cool, you know? And then about another 3 months goes by. And over the wintertime, when I'm least active, because I'm a South Texas boy, I hate the cold. I don't do any more outside than I absolutely have to. And I remember I was on a January 1st one year. It was like 19 degrees, and we were working cattle over on this ranch. And everybody was calling me the Michelin Man because I had my heavy hunting coveralls on, plus my long johns and everything else. And I looked like a big old puffball out there. I didn't care. I told it, I'm warm, you're not. But I can't stand the cold, so I don't do much out in the cold. And yet, over the winter, I lost 10 more pounds. I'm down to 160 on a 6-foot frame. People are calling me skinny now. But the thing was, every time I stalled, I changed nothing. I just wrote it out. I can only figure that it was my body needed to heal something. Something needed to regulate within my body before it would start losing again. And so sometimes I think people are too quick to try a trick. Sometimes you just need to wait it out. Be patient. You took a long time getting here. It can take a little while to get back to where you need to be. So sometimes you just need to take a little vitamin P with your meal.
And yeah, that's a good comment too. I know Dr. Barry's made this comment before, like he wouldn't consider it a weight loss stall unless it's lasted at least 3 months. So a lot of what people think of a stall is not really a stall. And a lot of people, they lose a lot of water weight at first, and then they see the steady weight loss for maybe the first 30 days. And then all of a sudden, I haven't lost anything in the last 4 or 5 days. I've stepped on the scale. I must be stalling. And, I might want to jump to that conclusion because like Jeff said, now maybe the body's focused on healing, body recomposition, something else. Could it have adapted to what you're doing? Maybe, but, don't be so quick, to panic. Don't be so quick to panic, or think that something's wrong. He wrote it out, whereas Lexi, who was on, she's someone who's gained weight since she started carnivore, and now she's hitting the gym, to do something about it. And that's perfectly fine too. That sometimes you hit a stall, and do a little bit of exercise. I've done that before. I've hit a stall and I get aggravated after a week of not losing weight. So then, you know what? I put on my running shoes and I'm going to go to the neighborhood across the street. And if I can run most of the sidewalk over there, it's just shy of 3 miles. And I'll hate every minute of it because I hate the run.
Well, with Amy,
then I'll be happy, so
with Amy, hers lasted 2 years. Oh, definitely. That's a stall. No doubt. You can't wait that out. But what I'm talking about is so many people I see in the chat rooms that if they don't lose 1 or 2 pounds every week, as soon as they go 2 weeks without losing weight, they start to panic. They got to try some trick. They got to do a fast. They got to do this. They got to change this. Give it time. Relax. Keep calm and carnivore on. That's all you got to do. Now, you go 3 months, nothing happens. You go 6 months, nothing happens. Okay. Look, evaluate your diet. Look, see what you might need to change. And maybe you need to do a fast. Maybe you need to kick in, some exercise or something. Then you can start trying to change something up.
So one thing that's really amazing, I just have to say about going carnivore from protein sparing modified fasting. I didn't realize how hungry I was on those days that I was doing protein sparing modified fasting. Like I would just drink something and be like, oh, it's okay, and just mind over matter it through that. But I'm like full all the time now. Like I'm not really fasting. I'm not fasting. I'm not, I'm eating when I'm hungry and I'm not gaining weight. Well, I haven't gained weight. Not to say I won't gain weight. And I'm not hungry. Like I'm like, oh my gosh, I was starving. I was really starving.
Yeah, some people gain weight on carnivore, and I've heard mostly women. So it happened to Lexi at first. We know it happened to Kelly Hogan, but in reality, you mentioned if you gain 5 pounds, so what? And I agree, so what? And you said, there's no way I'm going to gain 50 pounds. Yeah, you wouldn't let that happen for one, and I agree too. it's actually extremely difficult. You can gain weight on carnivore. You can overeat and gain weight on carnivore. You can do that on anything. But it's extremely difficult. It's hard to not lose weight on carnivore. It's hard to gain weight on carnivore, I should say. And that's because, just like you said, you're not hungry. The food is satiating, and I could have never dreamed of intermittent fasting or even doing some extended fasts back when I was on a standard American diet, or even on my vegan heavy keto diet that I was doing before. It just wasn't happening. But on carnivore, I can easily go without food, and it doesn't bother me. I haven't even had my dinner yet. I haven't eaten since probably this morning, actually, and I'm fine. And so it's hard to gain weight on carnivore. So as far as fat, it's hard to get fat on carnivore, I should say.
Well, those that do put on weight usually are women, and I believe it's a hormonal thing with them. At least that seems to be the common trend. But also people who eat too much protein. They eat more protein than they're eating fat.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to make a difference. And and I like Daryl brought up a good point in the chat there. Don't pay attention to the scale so much. That's something I tell people in the chats. Don't worry about the scale. If you think you're stalled, you may not be stalled. Check your measurements. When I first started, I kept a journal, and every 30 days I would measure every part of my body. My hips, my belly, my chest, neck, thighs, calves, forearms, and biceps. And even when I wasn't losing weight, I was still losing inches.
Yeah, Lisa says it's on topic here. Higher fat seems better for most women. Give your body a chance to heal. The weight will eventually start going down, and I agree with that.
Amen.
It goes back to that vitamin P for patients, and then Jerry follows that up with, "Arg, how can anyone measure it?" I'm assuming we're talking about measuring fat,
right?
And I think this comes down to just the best way is weight, gram for gram. So if you look at your nutrition facts label, on say like a pound of 80/20 hamburger, I'm just going to use that as an example. You might see per serving 23 grams of protein, 22 grams of fat, or they'll be very close to each other. That's basically the same thing. That's a 1-to-1 ratio. And that 1-to-1 ratio for every protein, and there's a fat, that equals, some people talk about a 70-30 ratio. So we're talking different measurements. 1-to-1 is gram for gram. That's by weight. 70-30 is 70% of your calories from fat, 30% from protein. That 70-30, calorically speaking, is this exact same thing as 1-to-1 when you're talking in terms of weight. And so I would just keep it simple, go with weight. And it saves yourself any math. If you want to increase your fat, so some people say that you want to get a 80-20% calories fat to protein, calorically speaking, that is almost identical to 2 grams of fat to 1 gram of protein. And so then on your nutrition facts label, if a serving of something had 20 grams of protein but had 40 grams of fat, then you're getting that 80-20 ratio or 2-to-1 ratio. It's the same thing. One's calories, one's weight. And that's actually hard to achieve. To get those higher fat contents, you usually have to add fat to your diet. And then an app like Carb Manager is fantastic for doing these calculations for you. So I used to use Carb Manager all the time. I will from time to time go back to it if I want to start, actually keeping track of what I'm eating, because I usually don't. But when you're starting off, that's a good way to figure things out until you get into a routine, because then most of us will kind of eat the same things over and over again.
I also I type a lot of my meals into ChatGPT or any of the AI tools, and I say, give me the macro breakdown, and it tells me exactly
Cool.
You know, it's all
I hadn't thought of that.
it works really great. You could just say this weight ribeye with that, and it just breaks it all down for you. And that's not even, you're not really tracking it that way. It's more just to kind of get an idea of what you're eating, and it's all estimates. And that's one of the reasons why I don't track, because how are you
Yeah,
telling
I
me that
don't either.
the ribeye that's in Carb Manager is nothing like the ribeye in front of me? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And every piece of meat is cooked differently. What happens with the rendered fat? If I'm cooking it in a pan, yeah, I can pour it back on top. If I'm cooking it in the barbecue, it's gone. Like there's a million
Exactly.
things that can change it. So, and that's one reason why I don't track, is because I like things to be as perfect as possible, and tracking the food that we eat can't be tracked well. If you're eating bags and boxes with barcodes, you can easily track that stuff. But when you're doing whole foods, like on a carnivore or keto diet, it's very hard to track it. So,
Well, and isn't
Agreed.
that the
do the
point?
best you can.
Isn't that the point of carnivore? That's kind of what sold me on it, is there's no tracking. You eat meat. You don't
I
track
track.
what you're eating. You eat when you're hungry
Right.
and you eat until
Yeah.
you're comfortably full, and I don't have to use Carb Manager anymore. I don't have to track my macros. I don't have to figure out PSMF. The whole point is to not track, because I'm so busy. I don't want to have to think about that. That's what
You don't have to
sold me on
track. You don't have
carnivore.
to.
Well, I completely agree. I'm just saying, for there are some people, they're just numbers people by nature, and
Mhm.
they love seeing the numbers and the statistics and the calculations, and they want to make sure that they're doing everything right. And for if you're that type of personality, then a Carb Manager is a great tool. But yeah, no, in principle, the carnivore diet is simple. Just eat fatty meat, fatty red meat, fatty fish,
Mhm.
eggs, chicken with the skin on. Eat till you're comfortably stuffed. Don't sweat the rest. You
Right.
know that's actually the way it is.
I've never
Mhm.
tracked. The only thing I did one time, actually when I hit about 160, 165, I was curious to know if I was eating what they call, what they say is the proper ratio of 70-30 fat to protein. And so I got Carb Manager, and I put in everything I did for a week, and it showed over that week's time I was hitting the 730 mark just by guessing. And
Nice.
what it boils down to for me is everything is cooked in an animal fat of some kind. If it is whatever's rendered out in a pan goes back over the meat. And if I smoke something or I grill something over a fire, like you said, Lewis,
Lose it, yeah.
renders off. Well, then I'm going to add butter when I eat, and I'll
Mhm.
go through a half stick of butter with just a couple of hamburgers easily. Now, for those of you that like hamburgers, if you got a smoker, let me throw you a good solid tip. Smoke your burger to the temperature that you like and eat it, and you will find the most of the fat stays in the burger. It doesn't render out
Yeah,
when you slow
that's
smoke it.
that's the moisture that stays in the burger,
It's
right?
beautiful, man. It
Mhm.
takes a hamburger to a whole different level.
I'm doing that. I love my smoker.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
If
try that. I'll try that this week.
Yeah, give it a shot. Give it a shot, and you just cook it to the temperature you like. I like mine around 135 to 140 is how I cook my burgers. But
Mhm.
yeah, smoke it, and I'll tell
But
you what, do a steak that way too. Smoke your steaks same way. Oh, it's delicious.
All right, we're coming up on the hour here, so I just wanted to invite anybody who's watching that you're welcome to join us on the screen. Along with the 6 of us now, we've got room for 10, so we have 4 more seats available. Join this roundtable discussion and talk to us face to face.
Mhm.
If you have a webcam and a little courage, we would love to have you here and meet you here on Carnivore Talk. So aptly named, because
Christy's
here we
here,
are, and we're all
and we're
talking.
talking.
And we're talking, yes. So I'm going to go ahead and post the link in the chat. You can also find the link all the time over on carnivoretalk.com if you are a member in our private members only section, which is free. But I'll post the link, and you're more than welcome to join us if you like.
I think tracking is a good tool for some people, especially in the beginning, especially if you're under eating. to identify that. Some people, I'm not that person that eats 3 bites and is full. I hate those people. But just I think tracking. I'm not saying everyone has to track. I think it's a great tool, especially if you like what Jeff was saying about just knowing. Just he was curious on what his macros were hitting, and he tracked for a week, and it's a tool in that way.
And that's what I do. I occasionally track,
Mhm.
especially in the beginning. I would occasionally track. I used Lose It at first. I didn't like it. Then I heard about Carb Manager, transferred all my data to Carb Manager, really liked it. And then after a couple of weeks, I'm kind of like, I'm just kind of entering the same stuff. I know what I'm doing. I kind of get bored of tracking. Like I have better things to do with my time than track, So,
Well,
but then like
I got burned out on tracking when I was doing Adkins.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't live that way anymore.
Well, if I
got burned down tracking on Weight Watchers.
If I hit a stall and I get frustrated, and then I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to start documenting every single thing I'm doing because maybe I'm overlooking something, And on Atkins, he called it carb creep. You got to watch out for carb creep.
It got me.
On carnivore,
Me too.
You're less. If you're strict carnivore, you're not going to see a whole lot of carb creep. But it's not that it's impossible. So.
And I use Carb Manager because Kelly Hogan uses Carb Manager, right? And Kelly actually has the community can actually create their own food entries in the whole like catalog of foods. So Kelly has created carnivore entries for things like cooked pork belly and cooked chicken wings that she kind of figured out how you would measure those carnivore foods. So if you go into Carb Manager and in the food search, type in Kelly Hogan, you'll actually see all of the foods that she has entered, and I use a lot of those because it's easier. So that's why I use Carb Manager.
All right, yeah, that's pretty cool. I was just about to ask you if that's part of the database that everyone can now tap into.
Yes,
So
everyone can tap into it. Type in her name, and it comes up all her pork belly, her chicken wings, her burger patties, everything.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
So Meathead says 2 tools I recommend any carnivore needs is a vacuum sealer and a standalone meat grinder. And you know what? I bought a meat grinder. I haven't used it yet. I was going to make my own sausages. I also want to get a dehydrator and make my own jerky because I am a jerky fan. But the vacuum sealer is another one that I want to get because I want to do.
You don't have.
I want to do.
That's the first thing I bought was a
what's
vacuum
that called?
sealer.
Sous vide. I want to try cooking sous vide style, and you need to vacuum seal your steak and then put it in the sous vide water. So yeah, that's a couple tools here. And just like you said, I need the meat grinder. I've got the meat grinder and I haven't used it yet. I've had it for months too. So, but I'm also a lazy carnivore. I'm a heat and eat. I just like throwing the.
I want to get. I think Amy. I think Amy said she has the attachment for the KitchenAid.
I just got it. I haven't used it yet, but my plan for maybe this week, because I do have some beef liver in the freezer, I want to get the beef liver out and grind it with the attachment and put it in my burger and kind of eat the beef liver that way.
I'm interested to hear what ratio you have to do that if you can taste it, if you put too much liver.
I don't know. It's going to be trial and error, I think.
And I'm wondering if the KitchenAid will be strong enough because the meat grinder that Kurt has is like serious. He was showing it off before. I'm wondering if the KitchenAid one might. I don't know. Is it made for grinding meat? What is it made for grinding? I guess so, right?
I mean, it's a meat grinder, so I would hope.
Yeah.
The other thing
I
is,
think maybe
for
you
those
can't do bone.
I've heard they're a little weak.
I have
me too.
But for a little piece of liver,
it should be fine.
It probably would do fine. The other thing is, for those of you who are smokers, do not buy a food processor. Smoke your jerky. Trust me on this one. You want to put your jerky in the smoker and have smoked jerky. It's fabulous.
You mean don't buy a dehydrator?
Yeah, don't buy a dehydrator.
Right.
Just use your smoker. That's what I use.
I just want to step in, Amy.
Add that smoke to that jerk.
I had a KitchenAid meat grinder attachment. They're made out of plastic. They're not worth the money. They're not gonna last, and they're gonna burn your KitchenAid motor up.
Okay.
Yeah. because
Good to know.
if you want to do this long term, you're going to need something similar to what I have. You don't need to get as big as I did. I got it that big because when I grind, I do anywhere from 15 to 30 pounds of meat. And it takes a workhorse of a meat grinder to do that. Your KitchenAid, it's okay for small things, but in the long run, it's not going to last you.
Okay, good to know.
All right. Interesting. We got Booby Goats in the house.
There's room for you, Erin. There's room for you.
Yeah, I posted the link in the chat. We'll post it again shortly, but you can probably scroll up and find it because you were, if you've been in here this whole time, you probably saw it. Yeah, you're more than welcome to join us on screen here. All right, glad you could join us.
Do you not care for liver?
Me? Honestly, I don't think I've ever had beef liver. I've only had chicken liver, and I make a bacon grease chicken liver mousse out of it. It's amazing.
Oh, okay.
And now my sister used to make, actually I have had beef liver. My sister used to make a fabulous liver and onions, but I can't make liver and onions because onions aren't carnivore. So,
Correct.
I mean, I don't know what to do with it other than put it in ground
Well,
beef.
I do. I make liverwurst. I don't like liver, just plain, but I love liverwurst. So I make a liverwurst, and I'll use whatever liver I got on hand, whether it's from one of my lambs, my cattle, my buffalo, my deer, whatever. It doesn't matter. Everything I raise or hunt, I keep the innards as well as the outers. So, but it all makes good liverwurst.
Hey, I just want to interrupt just for a second. I'm going to jump out of here. Thanks for having me tonight.
All right,
Bye,
thanks for
Dustin.
showing up. You have a great night.
Yeah, you guys too.
All right, take
Yes,
care.
sir. Good night.
And the Pharaoh Grandma is in the chat, so we want to say hi to her. Welcome to Carnivore Talk. Good to have you here this night. Good to have. We had 6 people on our panel, which I think that ties our. I think the most we've ever had is 6. I don't think we've had 7 yet. Or did we have 7 when Lexi was on? We might have. We might have been up to 7 right before. Yeah, was Lexi on when you joined, Lewis?
Yes.
Okay, then we had 7. And all right, so 7's our record. Okay, and there's room for 5 more. So if you want to join us, click the link and show up on screen and show us that beautiful smile and join us for some Carnivore Talk. All right, very good. We were talking about liver. There's a restaurant I like where I get liver and onions, and they make it well. When I make it home, it's either hit or miss. But there is a brand of meat when I go down to Duma's, and it's got beef plus organs in it. So it looks like hamburger, and they already have the liver and some heart, maybe some kidney in it, and it's in the mix. So you get all the nutrition from those organs too, but it tastes like hamburger. I can't even tell that there's organ meats in it. So I'll get that every once in a while too. And that's actually a good trick for anyone that doesn't like organ meats but has a local butcher, is to have it ground up in your mincemeat or in your ground beef, and then you can get it that way and you won't even know it's there. Okay. So Keto Simple said a stall is about 8 weeks. So yeah, 8 weeks, 3 months. I think I heard Dr. Barry say, and the point is, it's not 2 weeks, it's not 3 weeks, so we want to, calm down and be a little patient. So with that, all right, I'm just catching up on the chat here because we are 20 minutes behind. A 2-year stall. So, so technically, if I wouldn't call mine a stall because I haven't been actively trying to lose weight. I lost all my weight, my nearly 60 pounds from May of 23 to November of 23. And then I intentionally stopped losing weight when I had my triglyceride scare. And I have yet to actually resume losing weight. But I added back a 3rd meal with occasional snacking, all carnivore. But that stopped my weight loss. I wanted to stall my weight loss on purpose. Now I would like to actually lose probably another 15, 20 pounds. And I just haven't worked up the motivation yet to go back to intermittent fasting. So on the regular, if I do intermittent fasting, I do it accidentally and not really intentionally. But yeah, that's true. People jump the gun thinking they're stalling, and it's may have only been a week. So I'm on mobile. Please be patient if I can't participate much. That's okay. We're just glad you're here. All right. Amy, you're an overachiever. All right. Let's see here.
So happy Amy's in the carnivore community now.
Yeah.
I hope.
They all
I'm worried
come and
about
join
falling
us
off,
eventually.
though. I'm worried about falling off. Like
Because you
after
love
30
broccoli
days.
so much?
No, there's other things I like. Like I'm Italian, right? I grew up Italian eating, so
Sure.
like I still like to have my fake pasta with my red sauce with my gravy, and I like
Right.
I make
Yeah,
a
that's
mean tomato bisque, and honestly, I
yes.
make this ham and cabbage soup that's to die for. And then like the lasagna, right? The lasagna that I make, the meat lasagna has red sauce in it. So probably a lot
Yeah.
of the stuff that I'm gonna miss is gonna kind of revolve around the Italian type
I'm also
dishes.
Italian, and red sauce has just too much sugar for me. But Alfredo sauce is very good.
See, Alfredo sauce is too rich for me, but
Yeah,
maybe I'll learn to
it
like it
is.
more. Now, here's the
Yeah.
other plan that I have. Who's to say that I can't pick twice a month on one day and just have one of those things?
Nobody. It's fine.
Twice a month.
Do your
That
When I
way
thing.
when I cheat on carnivore, I flex into keto. It's fine.
So
Right.
I don't
Here's
know.
what I found is the longer I go carnivore, the more sensitive I get to other foods. Okay,
Mhm.
so for me, 6 months into carnivore, and I told this I think last week. I made some chili. I make some really good chili, and my wife wanted some chili, so I made a pot of chili and I tried some of it. I ate a small bowl of it, and it was so good. I hadn't had chili in so long. It was venison chili too. And so I had another small bowl. My wife even warned me, you might want to be careful doing that. And I said, no, I'll be all right. It's just a little bit. And my stomach was upset for 3 days. And I have become, before I could eat that stuff all the time. My body was tolerant of it. But now certain foods I'm sensitive to, and foods that I used to eat all the time. Now, I don't know if it was a high amount of chili powder that's in the chili or if it was the tomatoes, but I don't want to experiment again and find out. So if you stay off of it long enough, you may end up becoming sensitive to those tomatoes.
I'm sure I will.
So
I'm
just
sure I will.
be
Yeah,
forewarned.
because I'm one of these people that I was sensitive on ketovore. Like if I accidentally ate something at a party or somewhere that looked keto, but it had some gluten in it or had something in there, I could.
Mhm.
So
Right.
my issues stem from orthopedic issues. I've had 3 orthopedic left hip surgeries. And so when I eat something that is inflammatory, seed oils or gluten or has a bad ingredient, I cannot walk for like a week. I live in a tri-level, so there's stairs in my house. So I can't get up and down I become immobile. So you guys
Yeah.
are all
Mm.
forewarning me of something I'm almost certain is going to happen, which is preventing me from going carnivore to begin with, because I'm like, man, if I do this, I'm never going to be able to eat this stuff again. Never.
And
I
see,
won't be able to.
this is why I don't do the carnivore pizza and the carnivore spaghetti and stuff like that, because too many people want to put a red sauce on it. Or in carnivore, you got to put a white sauce on it. You can't use the red sauce. And I don't like the white sauce. So I just don't eat that stuff. I'll just stay
Yep.
away from it. But where I'll notice it first, more than anywhere else, is in my hands. I was a mechanic
Mm.
for over 41 years. And, my hands are stiff. They're shot. The last 5 years of my career, I couldn't close my fist. I couldn't hardly hold my tools anymore. My hands were getting so locked up. And it wasn't long in the carnivore that as the inflammation left, I could start closing my fist again. Now they're still a little stiff, but I can make a fist. I can hold my tools. But about 3-4 months ago, I had to go to a funeral, and we had to travel to Louisiana. Well, so at the after service dinner that we had, I looked around and there wasn't much I could eat. There were some meatballs, and they were in a red sauce, and I took off as much of the sauce as I could, and I ate a couple of those. And then somebody had some jalapeno poppers. Now, I'm a pretty strict carnivore, except when it comes to jalapenos. I'm a Texas boy. I love my jalapenos. It's a fruit. I'm going to eat it. It doesn't bother me, so I can eat jalapenos. And I love stuffed jalapenos wrapped in bacon and smoked on the smoker. Jalapeno poppers. Love them. Absolutely love them. So that's my one thing that I deviate from on carnivore. And so there were some poppers there, and I said, all right, I can eat poppers. And I bit into those, and I don't know what they had in the cream cheese, but it was sweet. But I said, oh, what the heck? That little bit probably won't bother me. So after everything was said and done, and we were on our way home, and it's a 4-hour drive from my sister's place to my place. Well, on the way home, I'm not a third of the way into the journey, and my hands were stiffening up just from that sugar.
Wow.
In that short amount of time, I couldn't make a fist again. That's how sensitive I've become to that stuff. It's ridiculous.
And then,
I would like to, I'm sorry, Bob. I just wanted to mention, Amy, just try to remember after you do your 30 days, look at where you started. And we're not talking about the weight. We're talking about how you're feeling. And you look at how you started, what you were feeling, and 30 days later, how you're feeling now. And try not to forget, keep your eyes on the prize. That's all I can say, because I used to love pizza. I used to love the easy foods, convenience, taste, but I hit rock bottom. Literally hit rock bottom, and this was the only thing for me. It was my only last. It was a last ditch effort, and it saved my life. We're not here telling you this because we're trying to get you into something that's not going to do you any good in the long run. We're here for support, and we got to support each other, because sure as hell out in the world, people aren't going to support us. I go to work and I try to speak to people about, this diet when I see how they're, how they're walking. They've got leg problems. They complain about headaches and whatnot.
Suffering.
And yeah, exactly. They're suffering, Lewis. And then you try to speak to them, and they look at you like you got a black plague, like you're trying to sell them something. No, you want to enjoy life. This is what carnivore is all about. Hey, Rick.
Hey, I'm a little
Rick,
later. I was at a get together.
Why you all dressed up, Rick?
I was at a wedding reception.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Monday
sweet.
wedding.
yeah. All right. And then Kurt, did you finish your thought there?
Basically,
Okay.
this is addressing Amy, because she's really not secure. You got to trust the process.
Oh, I got a typo.
All right.
And look at this, 8 people. We broke our record.
8 people. We have our record. We got room for 2 more. Come on, people. We can fit 10 on the screen.
I'm
Keto
still
Simple made the
mobile, but I'm
comment
almost home.
Okay. Keto Simple made the
Drive
comment
carefully.
that Darth Carnivore has a good story about how he broke a stall by eating a lot more food. And I highlighted that comment because Darth Carnivore is now on
Is
the
here.
screen with us. Hello, Charlie.
Cool breeze.
I'm Bob from Ohio. So we're pleased to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Charlie from Indiana.
Indiana. All
Oh,
right.
nice.
I think that's just one state over, right?
Yep.
Me too, yeah.
What part of Indiana?
Charlie and I
India-
have met in person, so a
Awesome.
couple
Yeah.
of times.
He's real. He's real.
He's
What
real.
part of
I've seen him in real life. Yeah.
What part of Indiana?
Indianapolis, central part.
Okay. My mom's originally from South Bend.
That's where I'm from. I think we
Okay.
had this
Close to me.
conversation.
Oh my gosh, that's why we
Go-
get along so well.
Go Irish.
There you go.
I've only been to Evansville, Indiana. I had some friends that moved over there years ago, so that's I'm not too familiar with the state. But yeah, that's good to have you here. And then I also want to say hi to feral grandma, who's driving or was driving. Oh, she's still driving. I can see it in the back window there. How are you doing, feral grandma?
I've been unsupervised all day.
Unsupervised. We got our eyes on you now.
And someone's dog wants to go home with me. I'm like, no, puppy, go.
All right. Well, it's pleased to meet you. Where are you tuning in from, if I may ask?
Still slightly soggy, Central Texas.
Central Texas. Okay. All right.
Whereabouts in Central Texas?
Just east of Georgetown, where the San Gabriel River did lots of messy stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
Well, I know Georgetown.
those debris berms that form. Yeah, I'm between
Yep.
Georgetown and Jonah. I'm not even in civilization. There's a
Okay.
little neighborhood out here, and that's where I am.
Cool. I'm a little farther north of you by a few hours.
Okay, that tells me a lot, actually. In
All
Texas,
right.
we measure by the hour.
Yeah. Well, I'm up in Weatherford, which is 30 miles west of Fort Worth. But I'm fixing to move down to. I may be fixing to move down to Hyco, which is about an hour and a half south of where I am now.
I hear there's decent food all over the state, even though I haven't had the food all over the state.
All right. So our new guests here, Darth Carnivore, do you have a YouTube channel or do you just have a fancy username?
Right now, it's a fancy username, but I'm thinking in the next, couple to several weeks, I might start my own channel. Starting with my own story, and then go from there. See where it takes me.
All right. Okay. Very nice. All right. And how about you, feral grandmother? Do you have a YouTube channel
I
with
do
videos?
have
Yeah.
grandkids, and I do have a channel. And I like to take off and go hunting or fishing or camping. And then I had a stroke, and a lot of that stuff went by the wayside.
And then how are you doing now? Was the stroke recent or?
The occasional camping now, but usually with somebody because my grip strength is a little off.
Okay.
But I was just out at a sporting goods store and got a little hand trainer here.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. Well,
Grip
it's nice.
strength is one of those markers for longevity.
Hmm. All right. Very good. And then do you practice a carnivore diet or a variation of it? Oh, she's frozen. See that? Okay, she must be driving through a spot with a bad signal. We'll give her some time to maybe get her signal back. All right. And then Darth Carnivore, obviously with that username, you are doing the carnivore diet, right?
Absolutely. Been a little over 2 years now.
Okay, yeah. So you're probably right around Jeff and I. We both started in May of 2023. We didn't plan it that way. We just coincidentally met over the summer and found out we started at the same time, though. So, all right, very nice. And what kind of results have you experienced?
I've lost over 200 pounds, reversed my type 2 diabetes, obstructive sleep apnea, high blood pressure, off all medications, gained lean muscle mass, so I didn't lose any muscle mass during this whole period. Quintupled my testosterone from a lab result, 14, 15 years ago. So things are going pretty good. I want to kind of share what this lived experience feels like on the carnivore diet in hopes that it might inspire some other people to kind of try a similar journey in their own right.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like you've got some, you have a story worth telling, and it might be good to put that on YouTube, whether you do that on your own channel or if you do that as in the form of some interviews on some other channels. Definitely that's impressive. Over 200 pounds and reverse all those conditions. That's a success story that's inspiring. So I love hearing that. Thank you for sharing.
Yep.
Have you done any interviews with anybody?
I've been on Dave Mack's channel, and I think I've interviewed on Carnivore's grandma, Robin Harris, and I was on Dustin Keto Simple's channel at one point too for an interview. So, yeah.
All right, very good. Well, I'm gonna write you down, and I might even hit you up for that eventually. But I'm very slow on YouTube because I don't know. I run a business that's my actual bread and butter. So, so I only churn out videos in my free time, which is few and far between. I'm going to write that down, Darth Carnivore, and also look you up on YouTube as well. So
I just have to say for Charlie, because he probably won't say this, he's jacked. The guy works out like every 5 minutes and he could lift a car over his head. I'm just going to say that. I met him in person.
All right.
Sorry, Charlie, but you're jacked.
Okay. All right. But humble. That's what we're gathering.
But humble. Yes. That's why I had to speak up for him.
All right.
Well, he did manage to get in there that he put on some muscle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like the carnivore eating has been like a shot of, super soldier serum if you get like the Marvel Comics reference and stuff. So how Steve Rogers turns into Captain America, except if Steve Rogers started out at 410 plus pounds and then became jacked, that's would be my story.
Yeah. So, well, you know what that tells me? I need to hit the gym. That's one thing that I don't excel at is any type of regular exercise. And I want to ideally up here, but then putting into practice, I work in construction. So usually after a hard day's work, the last thing I want to do is work even more, if you know what I mean. So that's something I got to work on though. All right.
If you want a good lifting program, you can go ahead and take vacation, come down here to Texas and help me move my farm.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This is the thing I hate about moving. You know, is I'm not moving a household. I'm moving a whole stinking farm. So I got livestock, I got equipment, I've got fences, I got everything needs to move.
You're going to be
not
busy,
fun.
busy. Yeah. All right, back to the chat. Deborah says, no weight loss since she started, only a couple pounds weight gain. I walk, lift heavy, and swim this summer. Okay, I would say just keep doing what you're doing. Don't let a few initial pounds deter you. Like Kurt said earlier, really do this for 30, 60, 90 days and really assess how you feel afterwards. And you'll probably notice improvements then. All right. And then Dustin said the scale is misleading. It might go up, but that does not mean that you're not healing and losing fat. And that's true also. So it can fluctuate, especially if you're drinking a lot of water and taking electrolytes and stuff. I with my kidney disease, I harbor liquid. So my weight can vary even if I don't do anything. I could fast all day, but drink a bunch of water and gain weight the next day just because I don't actually excrete the water as fast as I should. And Grandma G is in the house. Hi, Grandma G. Darth Carnivore says, I've been gaining weight lately, but it's been in the form of muscle mass as my clothes fit the same or better. My size 32 waist pants, no built-in extenders for work, still feel very comfy. That's awesome. 32 is my goal, by the way. I'm wearing 34s again. I'm really happy about that. But when right after high school, I lost some weight, and I did at one point. There was one brand that I could squeeze into their 32, but only their brand. Then another brand actually had a 33, and then I was still wearing 34s with belts for the most part. So that would be a good goal, is to actually get into a 32, not squeeze into one, but get into one comfortably. I would love that. So awesome. Stephen Barrett, welcome to the chat here at Carnivore Talk. Carnivore has changed my life. I realize that slow and steady helps the anxiety. Yes, very good. I'm glad to hear that you've seen positive results from your carnivore-centric diet there. Let's see here.
I don't have very loud sound coming through, even though I just checked and my sound is all the way up.
No,
normally kind of quiet like this.
I don't know what to do about that. What kind of device are you using? It's a phone, right?
My phone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I hear it fine.
Yeah, I'm on a computer, so I'm listening it through my television monitor here.
I'm listening through my stereo.
Yeah.
I heard better before because I was listening over the vehicle. I have my phone Bluetooth connected to the vehicle.
Yeah.
That's handy. Like, play my music.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. It could be, when it comes to live streams like this, it could be your device or any device along the chain between the server and you. So it's really kind of hard to diagnose. But if you got your volume all the way up, I don't know what else to do. All right. Steven said, I'm currently working through the sleep phase. I wake up every night at 3 a.m. You know what? I do too. I fall asleep at 11, wake up at 3, let the dog out, and then I go to bed and sleep again. So I'm biphasic. I sleep in 2 phases every night, like clockwork. And I've heard other people say the same thing. So I know I'm not alone. All right. I'm skipping a lot of these comments. And then it's good to see everybody chatting and having a good time, though. Darth Carnivore says, lab results like fasting insulin, high sensitive CRP, testosterone, etc., could be indicative of the body still needing to heal in a quantifiable way if vitamin P is in short supply. Yeah, vitamin P. Patience, you got to have that. But yeah, no, that's true. Those results, those labs. I've never tested my testosterone, but I have ordered my fasting insulin and HSCRP a couple of times, and they were fine back when I got it. But yeah, that'll tell you what your information, if you have inflammation, and then if you have inflammation, then you've got healing to do. Is the simplified way to talk about that. Let's see here. Hello, Evelyn. Welcome to the Carnivore Talk and Meeting Wellness. Good to have you here too. You're more than welcome to join us on screen as well. 8:54 if you're still here. I'm 30 minutes behind on the chat. But yeah, I post the link in the chat and you can join us on screen. Yeah, and she goes by Christy. So actually my first live stream was courtesy of her. She was kind enough to bring me on her channel and interview me there. And then one day we're going to actually reciprocate and we're going to do the same thing the other way around. I learned to make small adjustments to my fat to protein and give it at least 2 to 3 weeks to work itself out. Very good advice. Yeah, make a change, give it time to assess if the change had any kind of benefit. Bobby Goats doesn't track.
I don't track.
Yeah.
But I do measure regularly.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Do we think Rick's really on the phone, or is he just lip speaking right now?
No, he's probably really on the phone. Yeah. That's all good.
Bloody here is my sidekick.
Oh, look at that.
I want to tell everyone that fellow Grandma Wendy was on with Old Guy Carnivore a few weeks ago. So watch that replay. Wendy, what day was it? Do you remember what Sunday it was?
It was a Sunday.
Yeah, I
He
remember
does his
that.
usual coffee with on
Yeah.
weekday mornings, and then he does not
Oh, it was the Sunday we were in
do
Boston.
his
So it was
regular on Saturdays,
it
and
was
then he has a guest on Sundays.
yeah. So I think it was Sunday the 29th because we were in Boston listening.
That sounds about right.
But yeah, you go to Old Guy Carnivore. You can hear Wendy's entire story. Her story is great. Wendy's great.
Wendy is wishing that martial arts took the flab off better than just dieting, because martial arts is at least fun.
You are doing
You
great.
get to hit each other.
Yeah.
There's a comment here from Darth Carnivore earlier. My comfortably stuffed meter is still under repair, so I track
too.
my one meal a day, which tends to be a lot of repeats, copy paste.
The best
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. No, that because you probably want to make sure, well, either way, you want to make sure you're not overeating and probably make sure that you're eating enough if you're eating only one meal a day, right?
Yeah, it takes me about 10, 15 seconds to record my meals. So.
Yep. My meter's also broken.
So, yeah. So do you risk under eating or do you risk overeating? I'm just curious. Overeating? Yeah. Yeah.
And I gain weight. I can gain weight very quickly.
So I don't know. I don't know. So I literally only average 2,000, 2,500 calories a day. You know, my breakfast will be 750 to 1,000. My dinner will be probably 750 to 1,000, and then I might have 500 to 1,000 at lunch if I eat lunch. And so yeah, I'm one of those that if I committed to an intermittent fasting schedule, I could probably benefit from intermittent fasting and increasing the amount I'm eating across those two meals. Because I could be under eating maybe, and that's because I have become a snacker, But when I wanted to intentionally stop my weight loss because of my triglyceride scare, I intentionally added that third meal in and started snacking because I did not want to lose any more weight until I figured out what the heck was going on with my particular situation. And now that I know and it's under control, I'm ready to continue shedding pounds again.
I eat like a pound and a half to 2 pounds of meat a day.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of much. That's how I kind of measure it. And what I'm still trying to learn is how we really can survive with a lot less food than we think, and not be under eating. But that's something that I'm still figuring that out.
Yeah. So like I'm on average, 4 eggs and 4 sausage patties, or 8 eggs if I don't have sausage patties. That's my breakfast. Butter, plenty of butter. And then dinner is that 16. I try and get a 16-ounce or higher steak. I can pack away 20 ounces pretty easy. You get to 24, and that starts to become. That's when I start like, okay, I'm either full or I have flavor fatigue, and I'm just sick of eating. I somewhat envy those that can sit down and eat 3-4 pounds of meat in a sitting, one meal a day. And I know I could do it. I could do it if I worked at it. But again, that's just one of those things. I don't have the motivation to work at it. So
I haven't got the room.
Love these talks, but I'm
with Lewis. I do 1.5 to 2 pounds on the average.
Yeah.
I can easily, if I go to Texas Roadhouse, I'll have them cut me a 26-ounce, custom cut me a 26-ounce ribeye, and then I can still go home and eat a little bit more.
I can eat more too, but I don't need to eat more.
I have to eat like that, or I'm going to lose more weight.
And
I'm already
eat this way to maintain my weight or lose a little bit of weight.
I'm as low as I need to be. I mean, I'm 6 foot tall, and I've got a large frame, and I'm down to 160. So I have to eat plenty to keep my weight up. I never thought I would ever say that in my life.
Sounds
never
like
thought
me.
I would, but that's how it is now, and I'm loving it.
I see Carnivore Muscle join the chat.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan.
You know, it sounds like me. I have to eat a lot.
Yeah, Rick eats a lot of meat. What do you like? 3-4 pounds a day, right?
4 to 6.
4 to 6 pounds.
4
to 6.
I wish that was me.
Yeah, I'm probably on the average of 2.
Yeah,
2 also 2 to 3 on a good day, 3. So.
Hey Rick, our mutual friend Russ says that we need to get together at a Brazilian steakhouse and have a carnivore eat off. So at the most recent Keto Palooza in Louisville, I sat at a table with 8 other carnivores, and I was the last one to flip the cart over. So based off of that, he's like, I don't know, Charlie, you ought to try against Rick. So one of these days, right?
Did Russ tell you?
Wear your suit, but you have to wear your suit.
Well, Russ told you that him and I went to the Brazilian steakhouse, and I ate quite a bit.
Oh, where your sweatpants.
Well, I don't really stretch when I eat. It's weird.
I can hurt myself at a Brazilian steakhouse. We've got one here in Fort Worth. I go to once or twice a year. It's called Texas Day Brazil, and that card stays green on that table all night long.
That's what I've been to with Texas Day Brazil.
I'm going on Thursday for my wedding anniversary. We're going to Fogo de Chao on Wednesday. On Thursday.
We got both of those at the Dayland Mall, but the one that Russ picked is down the street from me. It was called Rodizio. And Russ, he really picked a good place, I'll tell you. You got to give Russ credit. He's got a talent for finding the good food.
Thomas, join the panel, Thomas. Bob, can you put the link back in the chat?
Oh yeah, I'll post it. So okay, so and I haven't said this in a while. So yeah, if you want to join us on the chat, here comes the link. We've got room for 10. We have 8 on the screen, which is currently a record.
I like you guys have such a measure on me. I make 5'2" if I put my shoes on, barely.
You sure?
I think I am the tallest.
I think my grandson might be a little taller than you, Rick. I'm not sure yet.
Oh, wow. He's taller than 6'6"?
He might be.
Oh wow!
And that's a young one.
Is he lean or heavy?
He's kind of middling.
Coach Lisa, come on the panel. Let's talk about the liver.
I used to be 5'11", but all my hip surgeries and everything, I'm probably closer to 5'9" now. But I used to play volleyball and stuff, and so I'm an incredible shrinking woman.
I'm 5'11". I'm 5'11".
Did anyone see the heart attack chicken video?
I did. I loved it.
Not as good as yours, Rick. I need to put it in the pot with the little thing on the bottom because it did burn a little bit, but man, we're eating it and it's so good, so delicious.
I had heart attack chicken for lunch today too. I had 4 leg quarters.
I'm thinking about what else I can heart attack, like maybe heart attack beef liver or something.
That's not a good idea because the beef liver is going to get too tough, and you don't want to overcook liver. Liver should be cooked as little as possible, or it's going to be really bad. The other option is just grind it up with ground beef. If you can grind it up with fat and cook it that way, you can make a liver beef burger. That's actually pretty good. But remember, never overcook liver because you will regret it.
Yeah,
thanks for the advice.
I checked out your heart attack chicken video, and it was thoroughly enjoyable.
It was
Thank
fun,
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Carnivore Muscle says he woke up with a high heart rate, anticipating a pain flare, but he's here anyway. All right. Well, I hope you don't experience it. I'm glad you're here, though. So, all right. And here's Coach Lisa. All right. So let's say hi.
Echo.
Two new guests. Let's start with Tom. How you doing, Tom?
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
All right. Very good. Glad you could join us. All right. And then Lisa.
Yep.
How are you doing today?
Can you guys hear me or no?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
There you are.
Okay, this is like not really the appropriate way to show up on a live, but we actually just got through rucking, about 100 of us, and we came back home, and I said, oh my gosh, I got to get all that. We were in the middle of a monsoon storm, so I was covered in dirt, and I was like, all right, I'll hop in the shower, and then I opened my phone, and you guys were on, and I was like, Oh my gosh, this is awesome. Hi guys.
Oh, so
There we
glad
go.
to have you
Hi.
here. And thanks to you,
Oh, I
we've
lost you
achieved our
again, I
record.
think.
We have
Yeah,
filled
take
up
a-
all 10
take a-
spots
Oh, you
Take a
just hopped on there. You
screenshot.
weren't there a second ago.
on the round table. All 10 spots are
Gosh,
filled.
there's
That's
no
so
sound.
exciting. Yeah. And that's interesting that you mentioned rucking because I talk about that a lot, how I want to either get
How do I
a
have no
weighted vest
sound?
or a rucksack and start going on walks wearing some weight. So yeah, so rucking.
Yes. Do you do it?
I don't. I want to. I talk about it a lot. How I'm torn between either getting a weighted vest or a rucksack. I'm not sure which route I want to go.
Well, if you
I
go
think
with a sack,
I
you've
use the
got a
weighted
place to
vest.
keep one of those water packs.
Mm-hmm.
So you got water with you while you go.
Camelback.
Yeah,
it's like
those.
it's like a
That's
backpack,
true.
and that's what you
I,
have,
I
right?
use the
Lisa?
weight vest. I use the weight vest myself, but
so. I do both, but because I hunt, and so I use my pack when I need to get ready for hunting season. And it allows me to like build up the weight. I can go up to like 40, 50 pounds, 60 pounds. My biggest is 70. But just for everyday rucking, I do a 20-pound vest. It's very distributed equally. But if you're looking at posture and you really want to get the feeling of rucking, then do a backpack with weight in it.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But it's amazing.
I know my backpack every day weighs
Did I lose you
20
guys
pounds.
again?
It weighs 20 pounds, and
I
I do
think
about
so.
5,000 steps when I go to work.
Dang.
Yeah. So my thinking was, I used to weigh 55 to 60 pounds more than I do now, and I was still a regular walker. I walked these trails, a fall hiking spree, walked the dog. I was, I'm pretty active outside, and I still do. But I was thinking it might benefit me to put the 50 pounds that I lost back on me, because now I'm doing it, but I'm 50 pounds lighter. So I just thought it might be good to put that weight back on me and continue walking. So to me, it's something that just makes sense, So, all right.
Has anyone else discovered muscles they didn't know they had as the weight came off?
I usually discover muscles I didn't know I had when I overexert them.
it's in my head.
I've done that a few times too.
Yeah.
But I've lost so many inches off my legs, and I can flex things I didn't know I had.
Mm-hmm.
From the obliques to thighs and the calves, I can flex.
I'm in the hop off. I don't know why it won't work. I'll try coming in again.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever that muscle is that rides to the outside of the tibia, but in front of the fibula, I can get that. I can tense it and make it rise up so that it sticks out above the level of the tib.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yay. Now I can feel things in my calves and in my arms that it's like, what's that one? I don't know the name of it.
I've actually learned just from watching some of these doctors, particularly Dr. Barry, that of muscles that I didn't even know exist. He talked about, I'd have to refresh my memory. There's a certain muscle exercise you can do sitting at a desk, and it exercises a calf muscle that actually does not get worked out from regular walking. So you can work it out and burn calories while you're sitting by doing this exercise with your feet under your desk. And I remember watching that video probably over a year ago now. And
yeah, there was a study at University of Houston, and he had picked up on it. It does not keep the normal level of glycogen in the muscle tissue.
Mm-hmm.
So when you burn it up, it sucks in more from your bloodstream.
Yeah.
Might be a good one for you, Thomas.
Yeah, that's exactly what
So when your blood glucose is too high, you can work. Tyson, shush. Sorry.
All right. No Soul says, I wonder how much organ meat I'm eating when I have beef hot dogs. That's a good question. They could have all kinds of things in there, which is probably a good thing. All right. I go through looking through some of these chats here. You know, I'm always routinely 30 minutes behind. So,
Right, there's a lot going on.
yeah. So a lot of this I can skip because it is just idle chat amongst the people in the chat
I
room.
like that we started this conversation. It was still daylight for Kurt and for Amy, and now it's getting nighttime.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, it's been dark here for a while.
Here's an
I had to
interesting one.
turn. Yeah, I had to turn my light on. That's why I turned my camera off so I didn't stand up right in front of it for y'all.
Oh, okay.
The Healing
Yeah.
Pursuit says, still dealing with severe OCD issue, decided to try adding back in some fruit and onions, more of a keto type diet, and gonna try strict carnivore again soon. Feel bad for ending the strict carnivore streak. Well, one, don't beat yourself up about it.
Don't feel bad.
There's no need for that. And, go ahead and experiment, with a little more of a ketogenic diet. Go ahead and experiment with some fruit, and then if you don't see any positive changes, then go ahead and go back to strict carnivore. So a lot of people will notice a negative change, if they add back too much fruit or too much carbohydrates, then they find that they feel worse and they automatically go back to strict carnivore. But that's not true for everybody. There are people out there that do feel better. So,
and just make sure you keep track of what you're doing. That way, you
do what you got to do to make things work for yourself.
Agree.
Yeah.
And
we call that changing it up.
Yeah. Jamette says she's late. That's okay. We're late getting to your comment. Glad you're here. Evelyn has a question. Who started keto first and then moved to carnivore? And I can raise my hand and say me.
Show of hands. Here we go.
Yeah.
Everybody. Almost everybody. Lisa,
Yeah.
right? Tom. Right.
Yeah, I was.
Atkins probably counts as keto.
Yeah, I was low carb Atkins-ish. And then I went strict keto, like I call it Dr. Berry style keto, because when I first was doing keto, I was still eating keto bread, keto tortillas.
Yeah.
I was having
all the almond flour stuff,
keto protein bars, coconut flour and almond flour and everything.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Berry said, that's not keto. That's the version of keto that's been bastardized by the big food industry. Real keto is
like Pop-Tart vegans.
red meat, and the other half of your plate is low carb veg. And so that's what I did. I did that for a month and a half, and then he convinced me to try carnivore. So mine was a gradual process too. I don't think I could jump in head first to carnivore like some people do. I had wanted to kind of talk myself into this diet mentality for weeks, and then I had to start with lower carb and then gradually lower the carb and gradually cut things out. So that's the way I had to do it. I'm not a cold turkey kind of guy.
Well,
I have a question for you guys. Who all started off on high carb and low fat?
I mean, in the 80s when I was a kid, I tried to do, that's the era I grew up in when, fat was bad, and I tried doing.
Yeah, it was called the standard American diet.
Amen.
Yeah. Well, everybody, it was fun, but wife's leaving town tomorrow and I got to get going.
Oh.
Okay,
All right,
Kurt,
Kurt.
I sent you a private message on the forum.
Yep, got it.
With a link for something for you to preview and a question if you wanted to add more content. So just get back whenever you have the chance. Okay.
All right. Thanks. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
Thanks for having me on. I've got it's bedtime for me now too, but appreciate the invite.
All right. Thank you. Charlie. That's right. Okay. I'm going to forever know you as Darth Carnivore. All right. Well, thanks for joining. Have a good night.
Good night.
Yep. All right. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. And so whoever was joining, I was getting a nag message a moment ago that said that other people were trying to join, but we were maxed out at 10 because that's actually the package I'm paying for. So if you were trying to get on and you couldn't get on, now Now you
Very
can.
good.
We have 3 seats open here at the table, and you're more than welcome to jump on now. We'll keep our eyes out for you. Actually, here's one.
Amy's back.
One
Oh,
of those
maybe it was
might- one of those
Amy.
might have been Amy trying to come back. Yeah. Okay. Welcome back, Amy.
Hi,
All
Amy.
right.
Sorry, I got booted out because I think when Lisa rejoined, it booted me out, and then basically when I tried to get back in, it said there's too many people in there,
Yeah.
something like that.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's all good.
It's all good. I was.
We
just
have
excited to
a
see
monsoon storm going on right now, and I think maybe my Wi-Fi wasn't even working, or my internet or something. Something was like really bizarre. I couldn't even hear you guys or anything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're a little delayed, so your picture's a little pixelated for me, and what you say and your mouth movements aren't lining up like a classic Japanese Godzilla film.
But you sound
I
great.
love
Very
Godzilla
cool.
movies. Don't diss the Godzilla.
Yeah, but we can hear you just fine. So, Sam has a question. I was wondering when the loose stools stop, and are there any tips to harden them?
Eat more cheese.
Yeah, about it.
Cut back on your fat, especially the liquid fat, and give it time. How long have you been doing it? It took me 30 days to get over that.
Yeah, my first 30 days were kind of weird. Like I went like 13 days without having any movement at all, and it feels like constipation because you're used to going 4 or
And
5
you get
times a day or
nervous.
more.
You get worried.
Kind of. So you go to the bathroom and you're like, because out of habit, but you're not really constipated. But the first probably 4 to 6 weeks, I mean, it was unpredictable. I was if I had to go, it was either going to be rock gravel, like driveway gravel, or it was going to be pure liquid, like turning on the shower tub faucet. It was one or the other. But after about 6 weeks for me, then everything returned to my new normal, and so things do return to normal over time, but that's part of your transition adaptation. If you're in the beginning of it, if you're kind of way beyond that, then we'd have to ask you some questions. Do you have a gallbladder? How much fat are you eating? And that's as a general rule. And it's a general rule too. When I say general, like in principle, if you have loose stools, back off the fat. If your stools are too hard, then you might want to add more fat. And then the exception to that is cheese. For some reason, when I went dairy free and cut out cheese, I had a serious problem with diarrhea. But then when I added cheese back in, everything returned to normal. So for me, I thought that kind of flied in the face of the general rule, but that's just what worked for me. So when I think it was Rick that said, add more cheese. Yeah,
Yep.
I would agree. So it did it for me.
Binder.
Yep.
So on a side note, you can, if you are a person who eats pork rinds is really good for that too.
Yeah, they're pretty dry.
That's good to know.
Interesting.
Yeah, you could take pork rinds with room temperature butter and scoop into it. So the pork rind is the elevator to get the butter into your system. It's cold. Well, it's not really cold, but it's room temperature, and that's really, really good for loose stools, depending on where your weight is at. So if you have a lot of excess fluid in your body, lymphatic fluid, there's only 3 ways to get out. That's through your sweat, your bowels, and your urine. And when we first go carnivore, that has been consumed with eating like box foods or more standard American diet. So it absorbed a lot of it. Now it's in your system and it's just flushing out. But if you've already met weight and you're still having a lot of diarrhea, you may want to look into having some more metabolic testing done, because you might also have malabsorption, which if you do, then that can lead to more, a lot of flushing of fluid out of your body instead of absorbing. Typically, when you get really into carnivore, maybe at 2 years or even a year, 3 years, your body's going to regulate. So it's a little in and a little out, but it all depends on how much weight a person has stored in this fluid inside their system. And then I don't know who we're talking about, because I don't even know who asked the question, but overall, if your obesity your levels are up higher, it could be from lymphatic fluid getting out of your system as well.
All right.
I have a story too about
Good
that
advice.
too. So I had a surgeon and a doctor both prescribe me different B vitamins. Okay. And they never de-prescribed me the B vitamins. And if you can't really get B vitamin toxicity, at least for B12 and I think B6. But if you have too much B vitamins in your system, like if you're supplementing with that, you will have loose stools. Don't ask me how I know. I just know for 2 years.
Yeah, it's D.
Loose stools for 2 years.
And vitamin D can also cause that as well.
Yep.
B6 has something else it does, and I don't know what. I have to look it
Magnesium
up.
will do that if you're taking the wrong magnesium.
Yeah.
Magnesium citrate will do that.
Yep.
Because
I
it
know
doesn't
that.
absorb into the body. It just passes straight on through. After my 30 days of loose stools, I developed constipation. You know, I've had IBS for over 30 years and Crohn's disease, and that all healed up on me. But I also don't have a gallbladder, and I get constipated real easy depending on what I eat, and so I found that magnesium citrate helped me with that.
Oh. So I have a funny story about magnesium. When I first started the ketogenic diet in, I want to say 2018, I was going to the gym to work out. And then, they're like, take your magnesium, take your magnesium. So I bought magnesium citrate. And I would take it right after I got home from work. And then I would go to the gym every night to work out.
No.
And I swear, I had a workout partner and I would be on the treadmill next to her. And I would run off of the treadmill and spend the next 30 minutes disappeared from her. And she's like, what happened to you? I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. But it was religiously every night I would go to the gym and I'm like, I told my sister, she's like, well, what are you eating? And at the time I was eating spinach and other things because I wasn't doing keto very well. And then when I got to the magnesium citrate part, she just started laughing. She's like, you're taking the wrong magnesium.
Yeah, and a lot of people take magnesium in the day. You should only take it at night with your K2D3 before bed, and don't take over 800 milligrams a day. The average that gets you balanced is about 400 milligrams. So if you are taking on the higher levels, you definitely will be in the bathroom first thing in the morning.
Yeah, I take the chelated, the magnesium glycinate now, guys. I think it is.
Yeah.
Right.
I got to take a lot less because I have
All right,
chronic kidney
Bob,
disease.
guys,
so
I'm going to bow out.
Okay. All right. You have a
I
good night.
think it's about time for me to
God
get
bless
off
you.
too.
All right.
Good night.
Thanks, Wendy. Bye, Wendy.
Good night.
y'all.
Bye,
Yeah, have a
Wendy.
good-
Yeah, take care. Bye bye.
See you, Wendy.
Bye.
All
Night,
right.
night.
Have a good night. Okay. And hi, No Slow. Gary, how you doing?
Oh, Gary, what'd you sneak up on from?
Yeah.
Louis invited
Hey,
me.
Gary.
Here I am.
I invited him, so yeah, he's here.
All right, that's okay. Hey, if you guys could continue the conversation for a bit, I have to use the restroom and I will be right back.
All that bathroom talk.
Right.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good.
Well, I'm gonna do somebody.
How's it going, Thomas?
It's going pretty damn good. So
Were you live today? I didn't see you. Were you live today?
no, I didn't. I'm not going to do them every day. So since I'm doing
Yeah.
it tomorrow with Coach
And yesterday
Alyssa,
you were
I
on
figured-
for a long time. Yesterday you were on a long time.
I was on for about 4 hours. Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Trying to break my record.
Yeah.
Hey, Thomas,
Well,
did you
you
get
know.
that blood work back?
Oh.
I did, but it didn't. I didn't get all the tests that you wanted me to get done. So I figure I'm going to have it done. I'm going to just pay for it to be done, basically,
Yes.
because I just couldn't get the doctor to agree on it. So once I have
Awesome.
a couple extra dollars, I'm going to do it then.
Perfect.
But
Yeah,
my
and
A1C
then just
my A1C went down from 7.6 to 6.2.
sweet. That's so good.
So that would be-
That's a huge, huge win. Awesome job.
yeah, thank you.
What a great
Thank you.
step
Well, I
in
wouldn't have
healing.
done it without Martin.
Yep.
Hey, Milton.
So I mean,
Milton, what are you doing?
what's Milton ever doing?
He's such a good boy.
Oh my goodness, you
And Rick,
He loves attention. Look at that cat.
yeah, no, now he wants to run away. These cats, I'm telling you. No, he's good. He's not running away.
You cute little thing. Oh, you're such a good little kitten. Want to go? Sit down.
Thomas, what all did you guys talk about on your 4-hour live? Everything?
Yeah, a little bit of everything, just chit-chatting away, basically. I actually technically I did about 3 and like 5-minute lives. Separately, I did one 5-minute live with Amy here, and then I did like 3 other lives because I was testing out my computer. It kept on coming out on me, so it was.
At least it wasn't 9.5 hours.
Hey, how about like Carrie and Adam that did, I think it was 24 hours, right? Was that their longest?
Yeah, but that was intentional. My 4-hour live wasn't intentional.
Yeah,
So
they haven't done the 24-hour live stream. No one's ever hasn't done that in over a year, right?
It'll be 2 years.
It's been
2
about
years
a year.
in September.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
was
were
on
just
it,
talking
too.
about doing another one and rotating guest in on the hour so that people could sign up and come and spend an hour and then move on and go back into like a 24-hour fundraiser. We actually just talked about that about a week and a half ago. I think
I
it
know
would
who
be
they
great.
won't invite.
That would work. That would work if we rotate and people can sleep.
Yeah.
I know who they won't invite.
Who, me?
No, me.
No.
Why is that?
I was in the first one, but they won't invite me to any more. That's for sure.
Oh, Rick, I think you'll be invited.
You know,
I don't know.
We can
Rick,
talk
can
about
you,
that in a little bit because if you
Rick,
can't
your
tell my thumbnail,
your camera is blurry. Rick, fix your camera.
No.
What happened?
Your camera's blurry. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go like this and then take it away. And now take it away. I'm gonna say, no, still blurry.
Okay. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a minute, Rick. If you notice, my thumbnail was inspired by your Saturday discussion. It was the thumbnail and my thumbnail and my title tonight, and then because I knew you'd be on, and then we've just been having this great conversation, so we haven't got to it yet. I talked a little bit about it at the beginning that you may have missed. I brought this comment up. Kitchen Witch 1885 says Ohio meetup, and then there's actually I was made aware of one because I've never been to a meetup, and I would like to. I would like to host a meetup, but I need to attend one before I host one because I kind of want to know how one takes place and what the expectations are.
We just had one in Ohio.
Didn't Adam have it?
It was Andy, My Lady Laugh a Lot. Charlie was there. Darth
It
Carnivore.
was near Columbus, right?
Eaton, Ohio. Sorry, I'm not good with my state of Ohio.
I think I saw that. That's down towards Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's closer to Cincinnati.
There was a Facebook group that was associated with it. Like when I saw it on Low Carb Events, I think it was a few months ago. I saw it on Low Carb Events, and you had to join the group in order to get more information about the meetup. And I joined the group, and I mentioned that I was interested in it, and then like nobody responded. So then so I didn't pursue it any further. But the reason I brought this up is there's one coming up in Columbus, Ohio for Healing Humanity. And it's on August 23rd. And it says from 11 to 4 p.m. And then there's a VIP package that people are going to go out to Texas State, Brazil afterwards. And so I'm going to actually probably invest in that, spend the whole day down there. My wife already said it's okay. So if anyone wants to, since Kitchen Witch brought it up, Ohio meetup, take a note of that. August 23rd in Columbus, Ohio, and you get the information from healinghumanity.movie/events. That's where you can find out. I will be there. That's going to officially be my first meetup. And then they have another one. They just added this because it wasn't there the other day. In Kalamazoo, Michigan, on the 30th, which I won't go because I only need to go to one. I need to go to another one a week later.
I think I'm going to go to the Kalamazoo one because that's only an hour and a half away from me. And I think Charlie's going to go to that one too.
We're going to the Healing Humanity in Montello, Wisconsin on the 26th of this month of July. We'll be at that one. We're actually doing a 30-day documentary, Carnivore on the Road in an RV. And we'll be doing little lives throughout the 30 days, but we're going back to ancestral living. Kenneth and I, it's going to be really cool. And then at the end, we're putting together about an hour documentary that shows you why primal, intuitive living, fasting, ancestral diet, all of that stuff, like what was going on then versus now, versus your metabolic health versus now, versus like every part of being a warrior to who we are today, and how did we end up so sick. So it's a really cool little thing we're putting together, but that meetup is in part of the documentary that we're doing, so it'll be pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds exciting.
So if anybody's available to that one, get your ticket and come to it, because it's going to be really good.
Yeah, that would be cool. I wouldn't mind going to. I would like, ideally, I'd love to make a trip like that, but that one there, Montello, is 9 hours for me. So like that would be ideally a flight versus a drive. I hate driving.
Did you say that's in Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm in northern Indiana, so I don't know how far.
It's got to be about 9 hours for you, maybe. We're coming from Arizona, but we're making a whole 30-day meet loop out of it. So we're meeting several different meetup people along the way.
Nice.
But otherwise, I would have flown. That was the original plan in January. And then this whole thing just kind of emerged and manifested itself. So I was like, let's do it. So we're taking an RV and we're going to do the whole loop. It should be fun. I'm pretty sure by the time we get back, we're going to be so exhausted that we're going to go, why did we ever think that would be good?
It's 5 hours for me.
Oh, that's really
great.
close.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
you have to
husband
go.
goes to Wisconsin every year. So he goes to Madison every year for a beer festival. Don't judge, but so I knew it wasn't going to be that far.
And we're doing so a lot of us are arriving on the 23rd, and on the 25th, I think it is, there's a huge, I don't know the name of it, but it's a huge air show that they have like every year there. And Dr. Kiltz and all the other doctors that are going to be there, and a bunch of Healing Humanity people, we all got tickets, and we're going to go and see that on that Friday. And then the meetup's on Saturday, and then we take off for Minnesota on Sunday.
Nice.
Yeah, and I think they have room for either one or two more people in the Airbnb that's on Carrie's property, but you could check with Jen and Carrie to see if there's still more room. We're just going to park the RV on their property and go from there. But yeah, it should be good. We'll see, how it all pans out. I'm excited. That'll be my 5th meetup, and definitely they're addicting, especially when you meet people like you guys where you've only known each other through a screen, which is so bizarre for me anyways at this age. It's like, wow, why didn't we have this when we were kids, so it's pretty cool. I'm really excited about it.
All right. Yeah, very good. Rick, when you first were on and you were wearing that suit, it made quite an impression. Because Lisa said, Rick, I'll be your kitty cat. Meow.
That's funny.
Yeah, that was cute.
Okay, so I got to throw this out there too. I have a male warrior program and a female warrior program. And they're like, Coach, can't you make a carnivore dating app? And I was like, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? And they're like, no, seriously. They're always like, sex starts in the kitchen. We need to be on the same vibe. We all need to be eating meat. And I have several women that have gone on like Bumble or whatever it's called. And they're like, yeah, I meet all these vegan guys. And they're like, what is wrong with you? That's disgusting. You stink. You smell like meat and all this stuff. And they're like, you're out next, And I was like, actually, that's a really good idea. I think that would be like a really cool thing to do, is create a dating app for carnivores.
Dating app for carnivores. Yeah.
Smelling like meat is a compliment.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
I've never heard that before. Like, no one ever told me I smelled like meat or smelled any different. So that's now I'm wondering, like, if I do have like if carnivores, if you have a sensitive nose, can you tell someone's a carnivore?
I've been told that many times.
Yeah, and I even have one gal in my group. She was on a cruise and she met a guy, and he was like, there's like a really funny smell about you. So she came home humiliated, crying her eyes out, and she's like, what's wrong with me? What's going on? But it turned out she was in severe ketosis, and so her body was, and I was like, that's a compliment. Like, don't get upset. And I said, just ditch the dude. Don't talk to him ever again. And he was a vegan, so he was already against her.
Yeah.
Vegans smell funny.
I agree. I was one for 16 years and I'm over that.
Yeah. So, well, vegans produce a lot of gas. That's going to smell pretty bad too.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yes, and they spend a lot of time on the toilet.
Right. Demet says, question, Bob, what do you think of those egg life wraps made of egg whites? Thank you. I love them. I think they're, you know, I don't want to go overboard and say a godsend, but I'm glad they exist because I'm able to have like carnivore taco night thanks to those. They are literally egg whites, you know, and so they're very diverse. You can make a they're not very big, so you know they don't make a wrap in the sense that you can really wrap up something, but they're good for like taco night. So if you miss tacos and if you still use a little taco seasoning on taco night, which I do, the egg life wraps are genius. So I love them, you know, and I think they're carnivore friendly. I don't see anything wrong with them. It might have a little there might be a little something in there let me just look up the ingredients actually. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Xanthan gum, maybe? Egg life wrap.
I think that is what it is.
Yeah, some people might like that, but I'm indifferent. I don't think it's a big deal.
It just depends on your gut health. If it affects you, stay away from it. If it doesn't, then you're good to go. I'll tell you another little tip. I don't do any dairy or cheese, but if you melt your cheese into the shape of a taco, they make fantastic taco shells. And it's just cheese. You just melt it down and then pinch it and let it sit in the cooler. And I just don't eat any cheese, but my husband is full carnivore and he does eat them. And he loves them. He has Taco Tuesday every week, and he actually can get away with seasoning, and I absolutely cannot. It just flares all my histamines up. So it does depend on where you're at.
Yeah,
eggs and
I can
blended
get away with the
chicken.
seasoning, so that's why I can do that on taco night.
My tacos are eggs and blended chicken, and you deep fry them.
And I was doing the cheese thing for a while, cheese hard shell, or we were doing these cheesy foldovers. They were kind of like burritos almost.
Yeah.
And yeah, I could use like 6 slices of provolone cheese, maybe sprinkle some mozzarella on there, melt it in a pan, throw your toppings in there, fold it over. And I got hooked on those. I was eating them all the time.
They are
because
delicious.
I have stage 4 chronic kidney disease, and after a while, my phosphorus went from, which is borderline high all the time anyway, at like 5. It shot up to like 9, and I was itching all over my body so much that I literally, especially my legs, I scratched the hair off the bottom of my calves because I was itching so bad. So I had to back off cheese for quite a while so my kidneys could catch up and excrete the excess phosphorus. And now I'm a little more cautious. I still enjoy cheese, but I'm a little more cautious than I used to be. But that doesn't apply to most people. That's just me because of my unique situation. So
I have a gal that has 1 kidney. She had 1 removed at 2 years of age. She has fought stage 4 kidney disease her whole entire life. She's in full remission. She was a full type 2 diabetic and insulin dependent, and now she's all healed from that. And she had fibrosis of the liver, and she's completely healed. But she used to eat cheese like crazy, and when I pulled her off, that was one of the first things that came down was her phosphorus levels. It totally changed her game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very nice. Part of the reason why I started the carnivore diet was hoping that I would reverse my kidney disease, and it just hasn't happened. I've had little tiny improvements, little micro improvements, and I was really happy about that. Then my primary care physician put me on a drug that actually put me deep into stage 5.
Ooh.
And now I'm off of that drug, and I'm reversing. And actually this week I should go blood test this week because I have an appointment in 2 weeks. I've been reversing, improving, and I think I'm hoping that I'm going to be back in stage 4 now, trying to undo the damage that this prescription drug did. So because I wasn't happy about that.
Okay,
And,
you guys, is his name Rick in the blue shirt? Does he look like he's on an old-fashioned 50s sitcom with that phone?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm like, what am I seeing? Is that a real?
Yeah, Lisa, this is normal. This is normal. For
Rick's whole house theme is 50s.
I didn't know anybody even has those phones anymore.
Yeah.
He does a Saturday live, and that's how you get on his live is you actually have to call in.
Oh,
And
that's
it rings
hilarious.
and
He'll pick
everything.
up that phone and talk to you on the live. Yeah.
That's hilarious. I love it. Except our cords were always stretched about 60 feet out.
Yes, Lisa.
Yes.
We would
And
stretch
all
them down the
tangled.
hallways,
Tangled.
Yes. And
away from our
the cord where
parents.
the little wires were, they were all showing.
Yep.
But seriously, he looks like he's on like Leave It or Archie or whatever it was called, Archie Bunker.
Yeah.
That's great.
Jemet also asks a question. Magnesium citrate, is it good for you? Can you get it through meat? So you can get a small measure of magnesium through meat. You know, if you're trying to get the RDA, you need to eat like 2 or 3 pounds of it. So that's why some people supplement it. Citrate, someone would have to refresh my memory. Is that the one?
Take that if you are constipated.
Yeah.
Only if you are constipated. Otherwise, take one of the other forms, glycinate.
Glycinate's your choice.
And the one that you are absolutely not supposed to take, refresh my memory, Lisa. There's one you're not supposed to take. Oxide, thank you.
Yeah, oxide. And there is a complex magnesium that you can take that's very small doses of each that will balance your system as well if you want to do that. But really the only one that is, I wouldn't say it's needed, but typically a carnivore could possibly not get enough through their Sole water or their electrolytes would be the glycinate. And that is what prevents your cramps at night. So if you have really, really tight calves, you really need to work those because that is your second heart. That actually, the weaker your legs are, the weaker your feet are, is a kind of like a predetermination of your health overall as you age. So take your glycinate at night. It opens up the pathways, gets that blood flowing, and it reduces your cramping in your legs as well. So they won't feel like hard rocks.
Yeah, don't be like me and take the citrate and then go try to work out because you're gonna running to the bathroom.
100%.
This is what I take here. It does the job for me. It's a 4-in-1 complex with
the complete.
Yeah, glycinate, malate, taurate, and lactate. And I just take 1 to 2 of these a day. And again, I can't go overboard because of my kidneys. Mine will go high. So 3 capsules is 240. I take 2 at best. So they're 80 milligrams a capsule. I'll do 1 or 2 and that's it.
And if you're having trouble sleeping, if anybody's having trouble, take it before bed. That should help you sleep.
About 20 minutes before, in 20 minutes, you're going to be the pathways in your brain are going to be so relaxed, you're out like a light. Don't take it in the day. It makes you too droggy. Yeah.
So magnesium citrate, if you are having problems moving your stools, that'll help with that. But if you're not having any problems and you're hoping you'd like something to stop them moving so well, then you want to stay away from the citrate. Go with something else. All right. Let's see here. I'm just looking over here at the chat. So
I think my phone's gonna die, even though I have it plugged in.
I'm glad you just said that. I looked at mine and it's at 10% as well.
Yeah, sometimes if I'm on my phone and I'm still, even if it's on the charger, if I'm still, have a lot of apps open, streaming or something like that, it still might slowly eat up energy or doesn't charge.
It's probably
all right.
not.
I think I'm down to the end of the chat. Let me look here. We're talking about some of the individuals are talking about potassium. That's another one I have to watch out for. When I first started carnivore, I found out the hard way. I started carnivore and, you should take some LMNT or electrolytes. So I was taking some LMNT and then I tried to get some, I did the keto chow minerals and then I went and got my blood checked and my potassium was through the roof and my magnesium was running high. I seem to excrete salt just fine. I can have all the salt I want. It doesn't seem to matter. And that's ironic because they tell you if you have kidney disease, stay away from salt. That doesn't seem to affect me one bit. And
well, you don't do Morton salt though? You don't do table salt, right? You do like Baja or Celtic or
it's either Malden's or Malden.
Yeah.
I can sprinkle Malden's or use pink Himalayan salt. So I get pink
Yeah, so
Himalayan salt
the
from Sam's
difference on
Club.
that with your kidneys is the regular table salt, like sodium that's found in standard American diet. That's what's killing your kidneys.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know. I've heard people say that they don't like the salt, but I never heard a reason that sounded good to me. Some people will say, like, they strip it of all the other minerals that would have come with it naturally. And that's true, but those would be trace minerals anyway. People say to supplement iodine, but then table salt has iodine added to it for that reason. And then I've heard that they either add a binder or sugar. I've heard they add sugar to table salt. And I'm thinking, well, how much are you really sprinkling on your food anyway? So, but I know a lot of people they're adamantly against table salt, Morton's table salt, and so I've gone along with it, and I've gotten some, like I said, the pink Himalayan salt. I grind it myself as I use it, and the Malden salt, or some what's that? The Utah-based one, Redmond's.
Yes,
I've gotten some Redmond salt too, and I generally stay away from Morton's table salt for the majority of the time. If I have it, it's because I went to a restaurant, and that might be like once a month or something, and I sprinkled a little bit on something. But like I never really understood, what the hubbub was that everybody gets all worked up over on the table salt.
So it is a different type of sodium that you're putting into your system, and to be honest with you, if you really, really want to work on your overall health, as far as being your electrical or electrolytes balanced, you really want to do Soleil water, which is you're going to take a maybe a 16-ounce mason jar, and you're going to fill it with about 1/4 cup of like Baja Gold or Celtic or pink Himalayan, like whichever salt you want. Put the water on top of that, put like a clear bag over it, and then put the metal lid on, or buy a plastic lid that doesn't contaminate it. Let it sit for about 24 to 36 hours. And then it absorbs all the minerals into the actual water, and your sediment stays on the bottom. Do not stir it. Just leave it like that. And then take 3 tablespoons a day. Each one, you can take a shot. That's what I do in the morning before my workout. That is my pre-workout. And then I take one with a bone broth, and then I take one at about 40 ounces of water. And it literally stabilizes everything in your body. It gets rid of excess fluid. It stabilizes your mind, your energy. It's the most amazing, inexpensive, natural electrolyte that we can get, because years ago, when the water was coming over the falls and picking up all the minerals from the water, they drew it from the sediments out of the pond. The very bottom of it, the non-flowing, always was richer in electrolytes versus the other type of water that was flowing really fast, and they didn't get what they needed from it. And a lot of people in the beginning will swell for 2 to 3 days because the body's readapting. And then once that swelling goes away, you feel great. Your ankles don't swell, your hands don't swell, your feet don't swell, your knees, all these aching pains just kind of disappear, and you start to feel really alert. It's amazing. I'm telling you, I've done bodybuilding and been down the road of every supplement out there. Soleil water is amazing workout, a pre-workout. You take it about maybe 30 minutes before you're going to work out, take a shot of it, and then, which is about a tablespoon or a little bit more, but it's going to give you 5,000 milligrams of sodium a day. And as a carnivore, the least amount you would want to take in is 5,000 milligrams. And that's not including your, whatever you're salting your steak with, your hamburgers or whatever too. So it really ignites your fire inside.
All right, I'm going to write that down. I Googled it, Soleil.
Yes.
Soleil.
Soleil, yeah.
Oh,
Soleil water. And
All right.
there's several recipes out there. I don't even measure. I literally take the jar. Oh, that looks about good. Put it in there. And you only add as much as you can handle, but I can tell you 1 tablespoon to 40 ounces, you don't hardly even taste it. Like, it's so good. As a matter of fact, your body starts to crave it. And before you know it, you're up to that 3 tablespoons. Start slow
and then your body really regulates. And I know this is a like kind of a controversial discussion in the carnivore community. So many people that used to salt don't salt anything now. They don't even salt their
Yeah.
meat, right? Like they've given up salt completely. And I can see that when your body finally becomes satiated and it's off all the excess that you've been carrying from the standard American diet, it's true. You do get to a point you're like, wow, I feel really good. I personally crave salt, but I also used to have Graves' disease and hyperthyroidism, thyroid eye disease. It's all been healed. So during that time frame, my body was making too much iodine, which goes back to the salt, and I was eating the worst amount of sodium in my food that I think my body literally was so infested from it that when I depleted, it like went, wait a minute, what are we doing now? Right. And so then you have to kind of balance back out. And now I'm super balanced. I wanted to add one thing, if you don't mind, on the iodine. You guys be so careful taking iodine because you can mess up your thyroid drastically. If everybody's on the University of YouTube and they're all doing 4 to 6 drops of iodine and every doctor out there says it's the best thing, get tested first because you can push yourself to hyper, or if you're hypo, you could go from hypo to hyper and mess all your medication up on top of it. So if you're medicated dependent, be very careful. It can really screw you over.
Lisa,
And
what
that-
type of salt do you use in the water? What brand salt?
I
do you
use Baja Gold in my water, and
Okay.
I use Multons on my steaks, and I use
Good.
pink sprinkle. I grind it myself on my eggs, or like if I'm just having a
Okay.
boiled egg and I'm sprinkling, I use the thinner ones.
Cool.
The I guess less coarse, whatever that word is.
I'm glad you said that about the iodine because a lot of common comments you'll hear with iodine, with magnesium, with potassium is that, oh, don't worry about it. Your kidneys will excrete what you don't need.
You got to be so careful.
And I mean, yes, that's their job, but you can still overdo it. So.
And to add to that, so like I'm the liver lady, right? So my whole niche, my life has been on cirrhosis of the liver. So knowing what the iodine does to the liver first is how the kidney has to react. And when we have the side effect of fatty liver disease, we are already type 2 or obese, falling into a not necessarily morbidly obese, but we're falling into an unhealthy body fat composition. So when we do the iodine, it does have to metabolize through the liver first, and then it goes to the kidneys, which is where it starts to cause problems. And sometimes it doesn't even metabolize in our liver. So we really have to be careful, get checked. And I do have like a lot of women clients, and they're like, but my hair is falling out, and Dr. blah, blah, blah said, take iodine. I'm not saying not to, I'm just saying do your blood work first, and then let them determine that your hormones need it, because your hormones are made in your liver as well. So if your liver's got fatty liver disease or it has damage of fibrosis, you already have to be so careful what you put in, because you literally could set yourself into a downward spiral. And then we all hear it. Everybody does. I don't know, I'm gaining weight on carnivore. I'm super lethargic. My legs are weak. I just don't feel super good. And it's literally because your body is just trying to balance out. I love something that you said a few minutes ago. Give your body 30 to 45 days to adapt. If you don't even do that and you're just jumping and adding and grabbing and supplementing, you're not going to really know what works or doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very nice. All right. Thank you for all that. Very informative, very helpful. Brian Fly Fisherman Dish says, look into Chris Cooking Nashville. He has a good recipe for a carnivore tortilla. And I hear all kinds of recipes coming from that guy, and I honestly have not really investigated it because I am the lazy carnivore. I am just a heat and eat. Is there anybody here that actually goes to that channel or gets some of these carnivore cookbooks that people have produced and actually gets creative with their dinners?
So I'm like you are, and I'm going to be on, Chris and Ashley are both clients, and then I'm doing their live this coming Saturday. We're just going to kind of go over what are the stages of carnivore and what do you need to do. And I'm just like you are. Give me the same thing every single day. I am 100% good with that. But I do have a lot of clients. They're like, don't you get tired of the same thing? And I'm like,
Never even thought about it. And yet I was the gal that was at the buffet line like 3 to 4 times, right? Because you couldn't get enough of whatever it was. I think when your body finally levels out, the heat, the meat is the way to go. But in the beginning, when you're transferring over, this is the biggest complaint I hear from my clients is like, I need variety. I need something other than meat. I have meat aversion. I don't know what to do. It's the same thing. Give that body time. But Chris's stuff is really good. I just signed a gal up from Canada and she's like, but I bake, I'm in the kitchen all the time. That's my home, right? And I'm like, you need to go like Luna's. Courtney Luna's cookbook is phenomenal. My kids use it. They're all serving children. It's got the pancakes and the ice cream and all this stuff. But when you truly get to being like a wilderness or an ancestral carnivore, you realize that when you're hungry, you kill the meat, you ate it, and that was it, right? Like we fasted, we were rationed with our meat. We just didn't eat because of boredom. I don't know, comfort food, whatever word you want to call it.
Yeah.
But Chris has great stuff.
I make Chris Cooking Naturals carnivore mashed potatoes for the holidays. They're phenomenal. And I've made his noodles because I'm going to have to cook 2 meals. My husband is not carnivore. So this is just like back when I went keto and he was still standard American diet. I was cooking 2 meals, and now I'll be sort of cooking 2 meals again because I'm carnivore and he's keto, and I'm not even putting any seasonings on my meat. So like yesterday I made ribs while Thomas was testing his channel, and I had to make 2 different batches of ribs, one with seasoning, one without. So, but yeah, no, I do make some of Chris's recipes, and they're phenomenal. They require several steps and a little bit of work, and it's not something I would do every day, but for the holidays, for a treat and stuff like that, it's good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying it. I want to do some things like I want to make my own carnivore bars. I ordered one of those. It was great. It just wasn't worth $16.
And making pemmican is so easy, and you can turn that into bars.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you guys a question. How do you feel about being carnivore at heart, but your eyes and your mouth and your taste buds is still chasing the visual or maybe even the supplement of standard American food? Like to eat carnivore pasta versus not having pasta, do you feel that has an addiction anchor? Or do you feel like that's normal? Like what would they have done?
I'm lazy. I don't want to put the work in to make carnivore pasta.
So yeah,
do you miss it?
I mean, I miss real pasta.
Yeah, I just like to eat meat.
But I don't want carnivore pasta. I'd rather just have a steak.
Yeah. So the answer to that is now, no. Now I'm not even interested. I don't even see that. I don't even recognize that stuff as real food anymore. So I'm disinterested.
Yeah, me too.
My son, pasta addict. He eats pasta almost every day. I used to make it for him. I used to steal a few bites before I gave it to him. I'm not interested in doing that anymore. But back in the beginning, when I was low carbing it and when I was doing keto, like I was looking for all these recipes. That's how I discovered carnivore. Was I'd yo-yo dieted all my life, but I knew Atkins and low carb worked because it did when I read the book in the 90s, and I knew I had to get back to that. And then when I decided in 2020, 21, 22, I started to get back into this, and it took me a while to get back into this. I'm like, well, this is the age of YouTube, so I can find all these recipes on YouTube. So I wanted to try and make things that, the family wouldn't complain about and would also be healthy for them. So I started looking up all these recipes, and that's when I came across, Dr. Barry. And then as I watched more of his videos, then his carnivore videos started showing up in my news feed. And I'm like, what? I didn't think this guy was nuts, and that's how I gradually worked my way to carnivore. And but when I started off, I was, I remember tricks to make carnivore pasta, and I said I was doing the carnivore bread, the carnivore tortilla, tricks to make carnivore pasta. I remember buying a big bulk bag of almond flour from Sam's Club because I learned how to make. They called it was it a Fatheads pizza crust? I think they called it, and it was like almond
fathead dough.
Fathead dough,
Fathead
yeah, it was
dough.
almond flour, cheese, and egg, and that one was the most realistic. So I did the cauliflower pizza crust, which I really liked. That was really heavy though. But then when I discovered the fatheads with the almond flour, I was like, this is the closest thing to a real pizza, and I loved it. And if I wanted to have something like a real pizza again, I mean, if I was gonna cheat with that, that's probably the way I'd go.
Yeah,
but I'm
me
just
too. I would go
interested.
keto.
Yeah, I'm just not interested. Like, yeah, I'm literally, I do have a problem with monotony. So, but I just try and shake things up every night. So like every day I make eggs, I just make them different every day. I've got over easy one day. I've got scrambled the next day. I make an omelet the next day. I vary my breakfast meats also. So every day is not the same. I actually don't mind eating similarly every day, but I can get bored. And then, I can't eat steak every night. After a while, you get steak fatigue. So I'll have steak one night, hamburger another night,
Yep,
chicken
ground
and bacon
beef.
another night, seafood, shrimp and scallops another night. I eat like the rainbow of meats. And then with the ground beef, there's different things you can do with your ground beef. And so I can have taco night one night. I can burger patties another night. I can make meatballs with a little cheese cube inside, stick them in the air fryer another night. And so, I'm eating a lot of the same stuff all the time.
But you have a big variety.
But I
prepare it in different ways. Yeah,
I present it to myself in different ways to kind of trick my mind. But everything's easy. So nothing's like, I got to bust out all these ingredients and clear off the center island of the kitchen because I'm going to dial up a Chris Cooking Nashville video and I'm going to, become an artist for the night.
I also like to have two different meats on my plate sometimes to kind of give me variety. So like hamburger patty and some chicken wings, or just to kind of make it feel like I have something besides just
like it's more like this natural meal.
But I'm immune to pasta and I'm immune to pizza. And
that's disgusting.
And I'm immune to Mexican food, and
diarrhea food.
I find, I can go to these places and find something that I'm okay compromising with. Like if we go out to eat, and because I still have to be a father and take my family out to eat and let them enjoy life, and so I can find ways that I don't mind compromising from time to time. That's why I say I'm a 97% carnivore, and if I'm going to cheat, it's going to be with single ingredient whole foods only, something that in nature you could go and grab and eat. And it wouldn't, and you wouldn't die, That's kind of my philosophy, and so like.
All right, guys, I'm gonna log out. I have to go to bed.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm at 7:45. My phone is saying it is your bedtime.
Yeah, my phone is gonna die here soon.
But I start at 3 a.m. I'm on West Coast time, but I run on East Coast time, so it's early.
I'm tired just thinking about it.
I
All right, guys, have a great night.
I have to be
All right, come watch Chris on
Thank you very
Saturday.
much, Bob.
I think it's going to be live.
Saturday. Yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then whoever's going to be at Montello, I'll see you guys there. And thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
Take care, you guys. God bless you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What?
I hear the Milton.
Yeah, he's after me. What do you want? You silly thing.
Rocky Keating says you're on another live. Rick was on his phone. Rick was on his Saturday phone calls still. His live never ended. It's Monday night and he's still taking his phone calls.
It's still going on.
That's a friend of mine with prostate trouble.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry for making fun. No.
That's all right. My phone is sort of a joke for most people when they see that. They're like, "What is that?" It's a phone.
Did you see in my live last night, Rick? We upset one of the guests when I said duck food.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because she's got like meat aversion, so she has a hard time. So I still think she tries to be keto, but she tries to be like non-meat keto, and so she still eats some standard American diet food. And I said, I told her, I'm like, we're just kidding. It's just a joke. When Rick says duck food and I'm repeating it, it's just a joke.
I tend to offend everybody. That's why you never see me in any of the popular carnivore I've never been to a meetup. No one wants me there. They're like, this guy's crazy. He'll scare everybody away.
Danger, danger.
All right, no slow. Did I ask you where you were from?
Yeah, I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina.
North Carolina. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Me and my wife actually, we talk about moving down to that area. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but we like to talk about it.
Yeah, I've been here since 2000. It's been booming ever since. It's really kind of like a foodie hotspot like Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
Kind of.
There's the area. There's that city and a couple others. They call that the Research Triangle. I'm in construction.
Yeah, Chapel Hill and Durham.
Yeah, and so I've heard that there's a lot of development going on down there, and so I did my research. I figure I could go down there and find work fairly easy, and maybe reestablish my name in that area. But I like the idea of North Carolina because it's hilly like Ohio, but you've got, instead of 8 months of bad weather and 4 months of good weather, you've got 4 months of bad weather and 8 months of good weather. So,
yeah, I'm from Massachusetts, so that's my favorite thing about being down here.
Yeah. All right. So that's awesome. What's that? So I run my own business here in Ohio. I'm a tile setter, which oftentimes balloons into bathroom remodeling.
Okay.
Yep.
I can hire you for a little bit.
Bathroom downgrade.
What's that?
I call them bathroom downgrades.
Oh, okay.
Because around here they took all the 50s bathrooms and they downgraded them to drywall and cheap tile, and then it fell apart in a few years.
Oh yeah, well, some of those older methods, they were definitely like bomb shelters. They were built to last.
That's the way I built my bathroom. It's all mortar, concrete,
rebar.
That's I still do it the old way.
Yeah, I've torn out some of my demos. I've torn out bathrooms that way, and I started on one where I just thought it was tile on a wall. And I started taking my chipper hammer to it, and took me like 10 minutes to chip a little tile off, and I realized it was over like 2 inches of concrete.
Yep.
It had metal lath on the studs.
That's the way I do it.
I had to go downstairs and I had to be like, "Hey, we got a problem here," and we ended up having to hire a demo crew to come take care of that. So I was like, I thought this demo would take me a day. It'll take me 2 weeks.
Why do people waste their money on a downgrade? I don't get it. They got the nice bathroom and they got to trash it and turn it into some black, white, and gray piece of garbage. Something, I don't know. It's just tacky and ugly. And then the first time you hit it with your fist goes right through the wall. The old bathroom, you take your fist, you hit the wall, and you're going to be going to the hospital.
Yeah, well, people just like the in with the old, out with the old, in with the new. They just like a modern look. So
downgrade look.
I'm happy to deliver because that's my bread and butter. So
that's it.
Yeah. Old Hilly's in the house. Hi, Old Hilly. I'm glad you could join us, Bob. And I saw, out of the corner of my eye, I got my phone over here. It's down to 10%. Papa Carnivore also in the house.
I think I'm going to have to hop off, guys, because I got to get ready for work early in the morning. So thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. It was fun.
All right. Thanks for joining us.
Keep making that heart attack.
Good night.
I will.
Yep.
Take care, everybody.
All right.
I got to go too, Bob. I have to be up by like 4 o'clock at the latest.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That'll come soon. All right. Well, thanks for joining, Tom.
All right.
Glad to have you here. Sleep well.
No problem.
Yes.
And we'll see you throughout the week on the interwebs. Yep.
Thank you. I will see you next time with you. I hope you guys see my show tomorrow. So I'll see you later.
What's that? Say that again. Oh,
nope.
I'll have to catch it. I'll have to rewind it and catch it. So, all right.
Oh, Bob, I just wanted to say, Rick had led me to this channel, and so I've been here, I don't know, 3 or 4 times now, and I really enjoy it.
Well, thank you. Thanks for hopping on the screen.
I'll pick up something new from every time I watch. So I like that.
So I recognize your name, just like I recognize Rick's and like Papa Carnivore. I see you visiting a lot of channels and a lot of live streams.
Mitch's channel.
Yeah, Mitch's channel.
Yeah, I started with Mitch.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm at work in the morning, so I usually, if I pop on Mitch's and say, I always say hello from Northeast Ohio, and then usually I can't see anything after that because I have to keep my eyes on the road. I listen while I'm driving. Yeah.
I work from home, so
Mhm.
I'm always on while I'm working.
Yeah. I'm either home. I own my own business, but I got to be out in the field. I got to wear both hats. I got to wear the office hat here, and then I got to be out in the field also, either managing my people or working. So, all right, let me just skim through here. Brian asks, "What part of Ohio are you from?" So I live in a city called Stowe. Actually, I have no privacy, so I don't mind saying that. Which is between Kent and Akron, and so I'm in the northeast sector of Ohio. And so yeah, that's where I'm at. Kent, Ohio. Kent is known for Kent State University. Akron is known. That's the rubber city. That's where Goodyear is. That's the area that I'm at. So Grammy G says, speaking of trying to have variety, I struggle with that. I tend to eat roast in slow cooker or hamburgers and sometimes a steak. Chicken makes me feel ill for some reason, and I can't eat fish. Some people have a fish allergy, like my daughter. She can't eat fish either. Interesting with the chicken. Chicken doesn't make me feel ill, but I will say that chicken breast does not make me feel full for very long. I have to have chicken with some sort of fat. Like that's why I usually eat chicken and bacon together, because the chicken alone is too lean, and I can stuff myself on chicken, and then 30 minutes later I'm hungry. You know,
not me.
So, well, that's because you also soak your chicken in lard.
That's right. Heart attack style.
Yep, heart attack style. So I'd have to, and that's the other way too. Like I eat mine with bacon, cook it in the bacon grease, then I can tolerate it. And it'll make me. I think it's the bacon and the fat that's making me feel full.
Any other chicken, like the Cuban chicken, that roast con pollo, makes me sick. There's something slimy and nasty about that chicken, and I don't like it. I can't even eat it. But heart attack chicken, I can eat a ton of it. I eat 4 or 5 pounds of that stuff. It's delicious.
Kitchen Witch says, thanks, had a great time. See the Mitch Fits in the morning. Yes, go support Mitch in the morning. I like Mitch. I've actually never talked to Mitch face to face. I don't think he's ever read one of my comments either, but I do enjoy his content. He's a good dude.
The more I talk to him, it seems like the more he likes me. It's the opposite of all the other popular channels.
Brian says, I used to live in Twinsburg. I worked across Ohio in the 80s putting in fiber optic cable. We're actually going to get fiber optic here in Stowe soon. A company called Metronet is starting to advertise it. But yeah, Twinsburg, that's literally like, if I just shoot up Route 8, Twinsburg is maybe 30 minutes tops, maybe even 20 minutes. It's not that far. I think it goes Stowe, Hudson, Twinsburg, actually, when you're heading north. So yeah, that's the area I'm in. You could say I'm in the Twinsburg area then. Yeah. All right. Oh, this is what Tom probably said when he was exiting. Make sure you see my show tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. I thought, and that's what I thought I heard him saying. He was plugging the live he was doing tomorrow. So 1 p.m. Eastern for Target Prime Rib. All right.
I can't keep up with all of them.
Yeah. I'll be working also. So that's one of those, kind of depends on what I'm doing. I'll be supervising my son who started working for me. So he's going to be grouting a shower while I stand there and watch him. So maybe I'll be able to listen. Yeah. And then Lisa says, just wanted to say thank you. You were all the best. Just hold my hubby. So grateful for each of you. Good night. All right. Yeah. Good night, Lisa. Glad you could join us. So that was very delightful to have you and 9 others and actually have all 10 seats here in the live stream filled for the first time. That made my night.
That's it.
Yep. I love it. That's the whole point in doing this. It's just to get everyone together and hang out, man, have a nice conversation and support one another. That kind of goes to my topic that I started with, Rick. and I'm sure you were at work or in the bathtub with your rubber ducky. My phone's about to die, so I'm gonna shut it off. I'm not monitoring the chat on that now. Yeah, so our thumbnail is says we're all on this together, and my title was Carnivores Stand United, and the point of that was that when I say we're all on the same team, I actually mean that, and I talked a little bit about how whether someone's carnivore centric diet is strict carnivore lion diet, whether it's keto and they add some low carb veg, or whether it's animal based and they add some fruit and honey, you should support anyone who does any of those things, because especially if they're thriving from it, don't judge them. If the version of if the diet that you're doing is working for you, great, but we don't want to try and create tribes or factions among us. We want to be supportive, and we want to be united. And when we talk about unity, and the benefits of being united, that's a bunch of people that have a common belief and a shared goal, and we all believe in the power of meat and how it's it heals and it should be central to the human diet, and we all have the same goals, and that is to maybe lose weight, reverse disease, or improve our health, or maintain our health. So so I don't like when I see different factions attacking other factions. I don't think there should be factions at all when it comes to the proper human diet, and wherever you decide to be on that scale, on that spectrum, I think that's a good thing. And that was kind of like my little spiel earlier. But the thumbnail, of course, was inspired by your call on Saturday. I actually thought the conversation between you and Carrie went very well. And some of the comments, though, I thought was a little alarming. There was a lot of, the Rick crowd was, kind of a little sharp-tongued with the Carrie crowd. The Carrie crowd, likewise, both sides in the comment section were kind of guilty, and but it wasn't supposed to be. I know I jokingly called it a Royal Rumble in your chat. And that was not the intent of the conversation. The intent was actually to kind of clear up some misunderstanding and to make peace. And at the end of that conversation, I think that is what was achieved, or that's what will be achieved, maybe with the passage of some time. And I thought you explained yourself well. You have your opinion, and maybe your opinion came across the wrong way. And I think Carrie explained that well too. When he heard your opinion, he took it as a major criticizing slam, almost like a personal attack on his passion project. And that wasn't really your intent. And
not at all.
You were just saying like, yeah, so he's making a documentary, and good for him, but don't expect much out of it.
Right.
Yeah. In other words, you have a documentary that's entitled has such a grandiose name, Healing Humanity. Is it going to do that? No, of course not. Because the majority of people are always going to continue doing what they've always been doing. Will it heal some in humanity? Yes, because it will be a good reference that we can refer others to. When we talk about the benefits of carnivore diet, there are the few that once in a while that trickle in, that listen, especially when their health has reached a, they got to do something about it now, or it'll be too late, condition. Then they're interested in the carnivore diet. Then they want to hear success stories. That's when they come to YouTube and look at these interviews, like on Dave's Mac channel. That's when they watch the Perfect Human Diet documentary. That's when they watch the animal documentary. That's when they'll watch Carrie's documentary. And all of that will inspire them to make the positive changes they need to make. And in that sense, yes, the work that Carrie's doing is definitely a good work, So, will it go viral? No. Will it accomplish good? Oh, yes. It absolutely will. And I think that was part of the misunderstanding is I think when he heard some of your opinion, he took it as, and man, this Mopar guy thinks I'm just wasting my time. And you didn't really mean it like that. So, and that's what I got out of it. I don't think some of the audience got out of that because they were kind of too busy taking sides. And, there was commenters that really were trying to take the opportunity to smack talk Carrie in the comments. And I don't think it was very well deserved. I think Carrie, and I like Carrie, admittedly, but I like you too. So I'm trying, I think I'm a good neutral, unbiased party here. I think that, you guys were able to kind of figure out why there was this misunderstanding between you two. You now understand why he took it the way he did. He now understands more clearly what you were trying to say. Do you feel like that's an accurate assessment of the conversation?
Well, I'm going to quote that movie. There's a quote from that movie, Cool Hand Luke. What we have here is a failure to communicate. That's what the whole thing started with. Instead of Carrie contacting me or responding to the email, now I think it got lost. And this is what I even said in my chat. I don't think he responded to my email because he probably didn't see it. And even though he thinks that he's been communicating with me, the last email that he got from me is over a year ago when Sean Baker was going to visit Miami. And I asked him if he knew where he was going. So it's been like a one-way street. He talks out there and he has his group, his inner circle, the Mutual Admiration Society. And, they kind of encourage each other. And see, I had a misunderstanding as well because Carrie is so articulate and so endearing. He looks like somebody that's got everything together. But I forgot he comes from a different place than I do. He's had health issues. He's had mental issues. He suffered depression. So what I was saying, like if it was another person like me that I was saying it to, there would have been no misunderstanding. If it'd be like Rick number 1 and Rick number 2, and I criticized Rick number 1's project, he's going to say, oh, all right, and think about it. He'll call me up and say, Rick, what did you mean by that? And then I'll explain it. Oh, everything's good. But instead of doing that, he started getting the people around him that may have seen it. They may have talked to each other. Well, now what about Rick? What did he say there? Well, I think he doesn't like your movie. I think he says people shouldn't send you the money because you're wasting your time and this and that. So that was going on. Meanwhile, he wasn't talking to me. And then, they make assumptions. Like, well, this Rick guy, I don't really know much about him. Because the thing is, I'm not in their circle. I don't go to their meetups. I don't have money to spend like they do. So I'm off to the side. But, it's like I told my group, I think Carrie's a class act and eventually he's going to contact me and we're going to work this out. But, it wasn't until he called in. I didn't even know he was going to call in. But when he got on Thomas's show and they said that was him, then he said the first comments he made were from him. Then I realized, okay, he's going to call in. But I still had my doubts. But when he called in, it was like, okay, he's a man of his word. He said he's going to call in at 10 a.m. Central Time, which is 11 a.m. our time. And he talked. And I could hear that he was kind of upset more than I was. If you listen to both sides of the conversation, you can see that Carrie was a lot more upset than me. His blood pressure was probably high and mine was probably normal. So the interaction going back and forth, I think as time went on, it smoothed out. But I think he still has some doubts. I think he still has some, because I think deep down he knows the chance of the movie becoming a big success is very low. And I think what I was saying just kind of reinforced that. But at the end, I told him, I said, look, at this point, you got to finish the movie. You have 2 people that have already died, and you need to tell their story, plus all the other information. Just get it done. But don't expect it to be the next blockbuster movie that goes worldwide. It's just going to appeal to us in the carnivore community, maybe a few people. It's going to be a reference. That's what I was telling somebody else in a live. I don't know if it was Thomas's live or somebody else. I said, it's a reference material. It's like somebody asked about the carnivore diet and you explain it to them. Say, you know what? Here's some movies you can watch. There's a movie over there called Animal. There's one called Healing Humanity, The Power of the Proper Human Diet. You ought to check it out. And then at least that record is in there. It may inspire them on an individual basis. It may be a valuable tool, but I think on large, it won't be.
there's also a documentary on Dr. Barry's channel. So I'll see if I can find it. He featured it on his front page for a while. There was a TV series, and
there was one called, I
Reversed.
think it was Reversed. Yeah,
Reversed.
Anthony Chafee was in that.
Yeah, so there was Reversed Carnivore. I watched that. It was like 8 episodes long or something. That was, when I was really getting into carnivore, I was eating up all these documentaries, and if Carrie's was out, I'm sure I'd watch it too, and it would probably be, and I'm sure it would be inspiring. I'm looking forward to it. I'm eager to see what he's got. The little teaser footage he's shown looks like it's going to be an excellent production. So
Yeah.
Papa Carnivore says, I'm not so sure Carrie thought the call went as well. I think that Carrie was still put off by you can come across a rather matter-of-factly, rather bluntly, and maybe lacking tact. And I think
that's me.
I think that caught him off guard a bit. I think when you were just kind of like, because he said, "Oh, I heard you say this," and you're like, "Well, yeah, I did," and I think it was kind of like, whoa, and but then you went on to explain it, and I think it just took the explanation some time. This is what I said because this is how I feel. But again, you start with the blanket summary, and then only after that might you elaborate on it.
Right.
So and that's kind of your personality. You start with you spit out the Cliff's Notes. And if you don't have the whole story, the Cliff's Notes sounds harsh.
That's right.
And I think, so so when he heard the Cliff Notes, so to speak, it sounded harsh. It was reaffirming what he heard, and he kind of initially felt that it was reaffirming everything he felt about what he heard you said. But then he actually needed to still hear and digest everything that you had to follow. So yeah, I still think that your and his conversation went well, or at least went well enough to mend bridges. And but I was still kind of a little bit disturbed by the tribes in the chat that were like slamming Carrie. And I was watching it on your channel, so I saw more. Obviously most people, probably the majority of people, were going to be your viewers. I don't think you were on the phone. It was a phone tie-in, so he couldn't bring any viewers anyway, unless they came directly over to you.
Some of his people were there. I mean, Adam Lacey was in there.
Yeah, Adam was there, and he's part of the project, and he was making some very good, reasonable comments too, about the distribution and how much it costs and all that stuff, and the Netflix standards and what they're trying to do. So all that was very balanced. Everything that Carrie said, everything that Adam said, was not wrong. It was very balanced, and I think that they explained themselves very well. And I'm glad he came on and did it. And I think that just some people in the chat needed to stop chatting and just listen. That was just my. That was my opinion.
You notice I didn't address any of the comments out of respect for Carrie and the discussion, because I wanted it to be between us. And then later on, if necessary, I'll make a video explaining this further. But what I've tried to tell people is that there was no conflict. I was not upset with Carrie, and I've never said anything bad about Carrie in any way. And I challenge anyone, if you could find a comment that I said that Carrie was a bad person or was stealing your money or whatever, was a bunch of nonsense. What I did say is that having groups that are paid to play are against what I believe in. If I'm going to set up a group, I'm going to make at least part of it free. It's like if I had a meetup, the way I would do it is very simple. If I had a lot of money, everything would be free. If I didn't have a lot of money, you pay for the food, you can pay for merchandise, but if you want to associate, you can do that for free. So if we have a meetup, you're welcome to come in, but if you want to eat, you'll have to contribute something. Or I might do a voluntary. If I have everything already there, hey, if you enjoyed it, you can give me a contribution. But I'm not going to go there. And I really am against the stupid VIP nonsense where you want to pay extra to sit next to somebody. This was the one thing that I did have against the group. They have this idea that certain people's opinion are worth more than others. They talk about Jordan Peterson and they talk about Joe Rogan. And to me, they're no different than any of us. Why would I care about what Jordan Peterson says when, you know, I mean, I could, either one of you, your opinion means the same or maybe more. Because to me, the person I know, their opinion means more than the person I don't know. I'm against celebrities in any way.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
My opinion means nothing, but you're good with me, man.
Oh, your opinion means a lot to me because you're one of the good ones. Both of you. Especially Gary, you know. The person that goes out of their way to try to help somebody without asking for anything in return, to me, that's the real hero. Not the person that promotes themselves. Oh, I'm so great and this and that. And this was the thing I was a little bit, that's the only thing I can complain about. Kerry is definitely a salesman. He likes to inspire people. And when he makes his videos, he puts some sappy music in the background to try to get the emotions going. But that turns me off like this. You know, when he's having the video and somebody died and he has the sad music, I'm like, oh. And then he's talking up the carnivore diet and the inspirational music. I'm like, because to me, it reminds me of a motivational speaker. I'm like Bob said. He says, I give the summary, the Cliff's Notes first, then the explanation. I like to get right to the point. You know, a lot of times you go on a channel, they have this fancy intro and blah, 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 blah. I'm sitting there. I just skip ahead. Bloop. And then when they get to the part of the video, when they have the ad, I can see it coming a mile away. Oh, you know, my internet's had a problem. I go about 5 minutes ahead, click, and that's it. Because I know the way that people think, and I don't like the BS. But again, I'm not saying a person's bad. It's a successful technique. It works for 90% of the population, and they make money from it. But I'm the less than 10%, maybe the 1%, maybe the 0.1%. I call my subscribers the elites, not because we're excluding other people, but we just think different. You know, all of us are from different backgrounds. There's nobody in my group that has a background like mine. I can tell you that right now. I mean, how many people want to get a heart attack when you're a teenager? Nobody. How many people don't care what other people think? Most people do. You know, most people want to socialize. And so do I. I have friends. I like to socialize. But I don't like the phony people. They go out there, oh, you're so great, this and that. And then they talk behind your back. They're over there. It's like, you know, they're taking notes. It's like, I think even Kerry mentioned they had some kind of folder where they had all the different bad comments or whatever. I'm thinking, yep, I know the type. You know, I would rather them just call me. If you don't like what I said, you got my phone number, pick up that phone, call Rick. We'll talk it out. And that's it. It's very simple.
Yeah, I've had a few people make folders about me in my time.
See what I mean?
Yeah, from people that should know better not to make folders about it, people, you know. So yeah, I get that. That was kind of interesting. I have a folder of all your injuries, all your sins against me. We have them all logged and cataloged right here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I have that. I have that in my religious community, you know, where there's a scripture that says, "Don't keep an account of the injury." And I've had people like print out pages of my posts, you know. I don't like he says this. I don't like his opinion on this. I don't like this. You know, we got to do something about this guy. And it's like, for real? Why don't you go follow someone else?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, I agree with the pay to play thing. I've talked about it before. If I feel like I'm getting some value out of it, I pay for Dr. Barry's community, but I've gotten value out of it. Like actually having a Zoom conversation with him and asking him my personal questions as a doctor who supports my lifestyle has been rewarding, you know, because I can't go to my doctor down the street and ask those questions because then he tells me to get off this diet, you know, and you need to eat oats for a living, you know. And so I don't mind paying for that. He's helped me through a lot of my kidney issues and my triglyceride issues, and bouncing some of this stuff off of him has been very, very valuable to me. I'm going to go to this Columbus, Ohio Healing Humanity meetup, but that's because I've never been to a meetup, and I'm probably going to buy the VIP ticket. Just because if I'm going to drive 2 hours to Columbus, I'm going to spend the day there and get as much out of it as I can. And so I know that the non-VIP ticket's $50, but they're providing lunch. So lunch is a buffet table, and you get plus 2 burger patties. So 2 burger patties. Unlimited.
There's nothing wrong
toppings.
with charging for food. That's always fine.
Well, this is a fundraiser also, so that part of this is to try and raise funds for their documentary. The VIP is $200. So you're adding, not only are they giving you lunch, but then you're going to Texas Day, Brazil with a limited number of people. So, that's it, with food and drink down there is going to be $70 a head plus tip, so maybe $80 a head. So you got the lunch plus the money. How much are they making for the fundraiser off of a VIP ticket? After he gives me my free salt shaker and his other little doohickeys that he likes to give away, he might be making $50 a head, maybe 75, at most towards that fundraiser. And that's okay. I don't mind it. I'm happy to give it. But yeah, I'm everything I have set up with what I'm doing is all donation basis, and it's all optional. So,
hey, Rick.
Yeah.
I just had an idea. If you're gonna ever have a meetup and you need to raise some money, I got the perfect idea. Monetize the Rick hotline. $2.99 a minute. People call in. I mean, the thing will be off the hook for you, I swear.
Your 1-800 call Rick.
1-800 iguana.
Yeah. Jeanette says Carrie lost 2 friends, which is sad, and that's true.
Mm-hmm.
The recent one I wasn't familiar with. The Jeff DeProsperous one, I followed him a little bit. He was a story that kind of intrigued me.
The recent one, that's what's his name? And not Andy.
Let me look him up.
Alex Cannon. He was in the 24-hour live stream. I mean, if you look, I was in that too, but it's kind of interesting because every time the Carrie had a marathon, they put me in there, but they never put my picture or name because they don't want to scare anybody off.
I'm at the wrong spot. I went to the Healing Humanity YouTube page, and it was showing me my stats next to theirs, and mine was doing a little better. And I'm like, that can't be right. Homestead How is way more popular than me. That was the wrong YouTube page. Okay, yeah, Alex Cannon. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Alex or what he was battling, or if he had a YouTube channel.
Yeah, he had a YouTube channel. It was called Carnivore for Life.
Okay.
He looked like Kim Jong-il, but then he got better when he went on carnivore.
No Slow, do you have a channel, or is that just a username?
Just a username.
Okay. All right. I just thought I always like to ask, and if possible, say, hey, go support these guests who are kind enough to jump up here. What's that?
I divert my fans to go to Rick's.
Okay.
Actually, my opinion is if you have a meetup, you should never charge any other YouTuber or content creator because we're part of the community. So I'm against that. You can charge them for food, you can charge them for merchandise, but not to be there. That's my opinion. Because if you think about it, if you have to pay to meet with somebody, they're not your community. I don't have to pay to go to my friend's house. I just went to a wedding reception. I didn't pay for that. They invited me. Come on over. And they gave me steak.
Nice.
Yeah, Yeah, the only people I know to pay are usually like bands, musicians. If you want to get backstage, because they can't let everyone back there. After the show, the
Right.
whole freaking audience will be back there. So they got to. That's how you separate. Some individuals like, okay, you want to interact with some fans, you got to do crowd control somehow. Okay, how do you do it? Money. So.
But see, that's the other thing. I never saw the whole idea of people going after fans and movie stars and all that. People they don't know. I could care less about them. They get all excited about musicians and actors and whatever. I looked at it's like, that's just another person. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
There are some YouTubers I watch that are very, very popular, and they'll have meetups, but the meetups will be free.
There you go.
Completely
That's
free
what
of
I'm saying.
charge. And what they're doing though is they've got their merch booth set up.
Right.
So that's
which is fine. I agree with that.
Free, and they can pass by the merch booth, and there's a content. There's usually a prize, like, hey, for every $5 spent on merch, you get an entry. And this is the prize, and so that's a fundraiser.
I agree with that. That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
But to charge people just to be able to associate with them is wrong to me. And I won't change my opinion. I know Carrie doesn't like when I say that, but that's how I feel. He said you're entitled to your opinion. That's exactly how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with selling merchandise. I don't even have a problem with sponsorship. If you want to get somebody to sponsor your channel and you believe in the product and they pay you, go for it. It doesn't bother me. I can always skip it. I know when the ad's going to come. They can never sneak it past me. And the thing is, if it's a good product, like let's say somebody had brand new rotary phones for a good price, I couldn't turn down that deal, or maybe that got ball bearings on a cheap price, or hydraulic seals, or something that I can use. It's something I can use. Hey, auto parts, whatever, go for it. I'll buy from it. I mean, if I need something, or for example, meat, that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to have a source of meat that's a good price and easy to get. I don't have a problem with that. You want to sell stuff, go ahead and sell it. If you want to, like you said, sell merchandise, shirts and caps and whatever else, go for it. That's fine. That's my opinion.
I wonder if because obviously he's trying to fundraise for his documentary. When the documentary's done, and I know they're ambitious and they want to do a docuseries. After the documentary, they want to do a docuseries with like multiple episodes, maybe 10 episodes, 12, and that's fine. I think they want to do one episode for each chronic condition to really focus. Like the documentary is going to feature a bunch of people, but then they want to do one episode for each, an episode on diabetes, an episode on heart disease, an episode, and and maybe that will happen. And it sounds like they got the footage for it, and they'll make it work. But eventually, it fizzles out.
Yeah.
So it's, this isn't something like we're not gonna years down the road. We're not gonna be like, well, man, I can't. I heard this September season 8 of Healing Humanity is coming out. That's not gonna happen. And but I wonder when the Passion Project has finally been published, if he'll maybe hold these types of meetups,
right,
or gatherings, and it's not based on monetary, charging, So I mean, like something like a meetup at a restaurant still has to come with a fee.
Well, you got to pay for the food. That's natural.
You got to pay.
It's like a Mitch meetup.
And has Mitch had a meetup?
Yeah, he had one up there in Melbourne.
Okay.
They just go to the steakhouse or whatever, and there's no charge. You just pay for your food. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would like to see, and I've said from the beginning, instead of more documentary movies, I'd like to see an investment fund that would invest in ranchers and farmers.
Mm-hmm.
And then that way it would be like, instead of having to borrow from the bank or borrow from one of the, the credit bureaus, they could just borrow from the investment fund, and that would reduce the risk. Because then if something goes wrong with the crop, at least they're not going to get bought out. You know what I mean? Your investment fund may end up with the farm as collateral, but I'm just trying to figure out a way to get around the financial system, because debt is one of the number one ways that people get wiped out. And
Mhm.
with all that money flowing around, I don't know how much money they're going to put into this movie, but I mean, it's got to be $500,000, $1 million. I don't know what they're putting into it. They're never going to get all that out of it, but whatever.
Hey, Rodney, I see you here, but that's okay. Better late than never. Glad you could join us. Yeah, I was, you know, you were talking about what Mitch did. So Mitch, his meetup was no charge unless you wanted to eat, right?
Right.
Okay. And then, so, you know, if you have a small enough following and you know a number of people are going to, now did he have to, so if you wanted to eat, you just paid the restaurant for your food when you were there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So like, I could see where if you have just a small following, that would work. I've had other communities since the 90s and where we did meetups and yeah, we just met at a restaurant, ordered our own food, you know, and because they were small crowds. I think as you get more into, for the lack of a better word, celebrity status, then you got to worry about crowd control too, you know? So like I've got a restaurant down the street here that serves pretty stellar food, but, you know, if I had 3 million followers and I said I was going to have a meetup at this restaurant and like 60,000 people showed up, you know, I don't know. Like, I mean, how many of them would order food? What kind of burden would it be on the staff? I mean, you know, there's certain kind of logistics that in that case, maybe that kind of a meetup would be a bad idea. So maybe it's a good idea for Mitch in his situation with his expected crowd turnout, where it would be a bad idea for, you know, someone with millions of followers, you know, and that in you know, some restaurants may be like, I don't want to deal with that, you know. So well, there's a lot of thought that goes into it, you know. So
well, it's like Kip Moore, Carnivore Kip, or what he used to call himself. He had a couple of meetups at a park, free of charge, other than the fee to get in the park.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know Kip. I watch his content sometimes.
And Kip is not a rich man, and he was still able to organize a meetup. And then these other people complain about how expensive it is. But I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't Kerry even charge at his own theater $25 or something just to go to his meetup? You would think that one would be free.
What is that noise?
Noise?
Oh, it's on me. I was looking up Kip Moore and I came across another Kip Moore. It's a different Kip Moore. There's a musician. His stuff started auto playing. Maybe you couldn't hear it. Carnivore Kip. It used to be called Carnivore Kip.
Yeah.
He changed his mind because here he is, Kip Moore. So that brought him up.
Well, yeah. Kip also suffers mental issues and people are mean to him. They make all kinds of nasty comments. Like they got nothing better to do than hit a guy when he's down.
Yeah, no, and I remember watching his videos and he was complaining about that. So he hasn't uploaded in a month.
No, I don't know. I don't think he may still be on the carnivore diet or he may have fallen into the ditch, but you know, the YouTube thing didn't work for him. I think it just kind of messed with his head. I mean, he was doing good and then fell off and people criticize him. And why would you do that? You know, that's
kind of my point. That was my point in what I said today. We need to be encouraging.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we're all in this together.
That's it.
I can see Papa Carnivore crashing a paid for meetup with a booth outside selling autographed selfies of him. Alex did not die because he was a carnivore. No, I don't think so. He had a condition.
He died of a heart attack.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, and that's another reason why, you know, you mentioned getting the documentary out because you've got some people that have passed away and you know, there's going to be people that are going to associate their death with the carnivore diet. That's going to be inevitable. The naysayers are going to be like, oh, well, look at this.
The longer it takes him to publish the video, the more people might die. That's actually one of the points I made. Maybe they're mad at me because it turned out to be somewhat correct. But I got the idea from John Basso of the Heart Attack Grill, because his theory was that the more people that died, the more popular his restaurant would become. You've seen that restaurant, haven't you?
I've heard of it, the Heart Attack Grill. I think I saw it on an episode, some TV show my wife was watching. They featured it.
Yeah, it's out in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it sounds like my kind of place.
Oh, it is. The quadruple bypass burger is almost the same as Rick's Heart Attack Burger, except Rick's Heart Attack Burger has more calories. And that has almost 9,000, I think.
All right, I'm just catching up on comments here, and I'm getting tired. I'm about ready to wrap this up.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie says, they are hoping that the humanity documentary is going to really blow the lid off this thing as far as carnivore popularity and debunking all naysaying and opposers, etc.
It won't.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually their goal. You know, I think they just love I do think they really do just love documenting the stories.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to show someone's progress over a year, you know, that's actually really cool. You know, like Bill Knott. When you see Bill Knott, 750 pounds down to what he's like, probably like 450 now. You know, that's noteworthy.
Yep.
How many other 750-pound guys are out there going to get inspired by that? You know. And so hold on a second. All I got to do is eat ground beef. You know, that'll be empowering for some. You know, who are some others that were massively huge? You like Bill Knott. I think Todd Bachnis was pretty big, right?
Yep, he was big.
He's lost a lot of weight, and he does a live stream with is it Limitless Lindy?
Isn't it
lost a lot?
Steak and Butter Gang or something?
Yeah, there's a woman who also lost a lot of weight. They do a live stream, and I think they call themselves like the 700 Club, kind of like the religious one, but they're talking about their weight, like where they were before.
Okay,
you know, and yeah, so there are some people who have started off with huge amounts of weight. What did Darth Carnivore say? He lost 200 pounds,
something like that.
Yeah, you know, that's amazing. You know, I get excited about losing 60, you know, go from 232 to 175, and I still have a pudgy belly. You know,
I never get excited about losing weight.
Oh, well, it's because you haven't experienced the thrill, Rick.
I've never been overweight my entire life.
Yeah.
You see my profile pic? That's with me at 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And compare it to me now. Same exact physique.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, how many people do you know that are 57 that haven't changed?
Most people that are 57 look 57, and you don't.
See? So that's the only thing I got going for me.
Unless you're dyeing that hair.
Nope. I don't dye anything.
Mm-hmm. So I do. This facial hair isn't legit.
Well, mine is. I just don't let it grow.
Yeah, I trimmed the mustache and below the lip a little bit, and you can see the gray peeking through there.
I don't have any gray facial hair, really, believe it or not.
Yeah, so at 57, that's pretty amazing.
It is. I know guys in their 30s that have a lot of gray hair, and they get upset about it. I said, but nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about gray hair if you're in good shape. If you see a guy that's in really good shape, I'll give you an example. Dr. Sean O'Mara. He's all gray hair. Is anybody going to say that he looks bad?
Good point.
You've seen him, haven't you?
It's a good-looking guy. Yep.
There you go. So there's nothing. Gray hair doesn't make you look bad. It's if you're in good shape, doesn't make any difference. And that's one of the good things I tell people. If you're a guy, you don't have to worry about wrinkles. You don't need Botox. You don't need hair dye. All you got to do is get off your rear end, eat a carnivore diet, get yourself in shape, and you'll be fine. You know, it's not like the women, they're worried about the wrinkles and the chicken neck or whatever and the saggy arms. No, if you keep yourself in shape, you don't have a problem. Most of the guys I know, they got this neck that's like really thick, and I guess they grow the beard to cover it up, and that makes them look better. And it does.
Well, I kind of did. So, like, you know, I'm 49. I'll be turning 50 this year, and I usually get told I don't look that old, which is good.
That is correct.
Even though, like, you know, like I would have the horseshoe thing going on here and the baldness on top, which I don't want. That's why I shave my head, and I've been like that since my early 30s. And
I know people in their 20s that have lost their hair.
I started losing mine at 27. I remember someone took my picture. We didn't have cell phones back then, so someone took my picture at a gathering after a congregation meeting, and I was playing chess with a little kid, and they had to develop the film and give copies, and they gave me a copy, and I was like, "Is that the back of my head?" And my wife's like, "Yeah, you have a bald spot. Didn't you know that?" I'm like, "No, I don't look. I don't have eyes behind my head. I had no idea." That was 20. I was 28 in that photo, and then it continued to, continue to fall out and go downhill after that. So, but I eventually just shaved. Decided I was going to shave it and do the skinhead look, and and then I was clean shaven most of my life till a couple years ago. But I lost all that weight, and when I was fatter, I looked more youthful, and when I lost weight, then more wrinkles showed up. And then I had a little turkey neck thing going under here because it used to be full of fat, and now there's nothing there. And it might have, I don't know, it may be gone now through autophagy, but I was kind of like, I lost 60 pounds, and then I was like, I look older now. And then I grew out the facial hair. So yeah, I did it too. So because I was like, I don't like looking at that neck, so I'm going to grow this on my chin. So.
I know a lot of guys that have done it.
This would be gray. I'm looking at all these Silver Fox comments over here. Gray can be nice. True, Silver Fox. This would be gray. You look at.
I know young gals. They like the older guys with the gray hair because if they're in good shape, they have a lot more money than the younger guys. The younger guys don't know what they're going to do, and they're all broke. So they'd rather go out with somebody that's older that has some money and is in good shape. And some of the younger guys are in such bad shape. I could see, some 20-something with a gut bigger than, with a waist to height ratio that's less than 1-to-1 versus somebody in their 40s, which is in good shape. Think about like Anthony Chafee versus, some fat kid. Most gals would go for Anthony Chafee, and he's 40s. Trying to think of another one. There's a few of them out there. Then again, you could look like Michael Greger, and nobody would go out with that.
So my goatee, I said I was going to say, like, see how No Slows comes in white. Mine would do the same thing. Yep. Yeah. So mine would probably be very similar. I'm not sure about the rest of the beard, but I know the sides of my head is mostly white, and it's only black in the back for some reason. So yeah, but I was
shaving my head once, but I have like a big mole lump like right here, and like I don't think that would look very good.
Yeah,
and you never know how good the shape of your skull is, right? You actually shave it. So
when I first shaved my head, it was culture shock. Like when I first shaved my hair off, and then I looked in the mirror and I'm like, I look like a marshmallow. But then I got used to it, and everybody else got used to it. So
you had to get a little color in there after, never see the sun, right?
Get some sun, yeah. And I'm sure that would too. Like if I was to shave my mustache goatee and go back to clean shaven overnight, I'd probably have immediate regret. Like, oh my God, what did I do? That's what I looked like. But after 3 or 4 days, then I'd be used to it. So
I swear to God, I thought I was going to be completely bald by the time I was 30. I just grew my hair long. I guess just before COVID, I started letting it go. I had short hair, and I used to have it back in my young days. I had like Bon Jovi hair. I was into that scene, and my wife always liked it. The funny thing was, I I got this job that I applied for over the phone, and it was when I was moving from working in a factory to a career job, computer programming. And so I got the job, but they never seen me. And so I thought I had, it was appropriate to cut my hair short. And it shocked all my friends because they were used to seeing me for the past 10 years with long hair like this. And then I cut my hair short. And then, so I go and I show up to the job site, and there's another guy there. He's got his hair in a ponytail and all that. And I was like, gosh, I didn't need to cut my hair. But anyways, just a funny story.
Yeah, I used to, in my senior year, I could reach my hand behind my back and tug on my own ponytail. That's how long my hair was.
Wow. I would never grow that long. It just only get so far, and then,
we have an important...
I never was able to grow a beard. It's just until, like, recently, because it would never, like, fill in. This is the first time I've given it a chance to actually grow, and it took like a long time, and like I was saying, this is the first time I started letting it grow like the first of the year, and I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's see how far it goes.
When I did the full beard, when it got about this long, it just started to really annoy me, and I'd have to trim it up. So, because I wanted to grow it long like yours, because I figured mine would be straight. Kind of like yours. I didn't think it would curl much, but it got to every once in a while. I got so heavy that I constantly was aware that it was there, and I was like, I gotta trim this back. It's driving me nuts. We have an important question here. Jeanette asks, Rick, do you even have to shave?
I wonder what kind of question that is.
It's because
I'm not that young.
He will.
I'm not that young.
And Terry says, I call my husband garden gnome once in a while, and he doesn't find it humorous. All right. And also, Bob, does your wife like your beard? That's important. Yeah. She first hated it. When I first started growing it out, I was growing this, and she hated it, didn't want to look at it. Then it kind of grew on her. And then she was like, one day she was like, I'd like to see what a full beard looks like. So I grew out a full beard, and she liked that. And then I had that for over a year, and then I was told her I was thinking about changing it, and she said to go back to this. So I'm going back. So I went back to this, and now I trimmed this on a 7, and I've been letting this go. I haven't trimmed this in like 2 months. So, and I'm constantly aware that it's there. So I'm trying to see how far I can let it grow before I'm like, okay, I can't stand this anymore. So just for fun, but it kind of gives me an idea of if I let it all grow, and I'd have a pretty full beard.
This is much thicker than mine, that's for sure. And you got a nice dense beard.
Yeah, and like I said, it would be white, but I cheat. I got this conditioner. It's gray reducing conditioner. So you just use it a little bit every day, and it slowly darkens the shade over time. That way I didn't shock everybody. So as it grew out, I'd use the conditioner a couple times a week, and now everybody around me thinks this is natural. It's kind of amusing. People will be like, everyone else around here has gray beards, and yours comes in so nice. I've had like little old ladies tell me that. I'm like, thank you.
Carnivore.
Carnivore.
Well, John, Carnivore Teacher, used to dye his as well, but he stopped doing it. He looks better with it white than when it was dyed.
Grandma says, when my sister was in cancer treatment, she reached a point where she said everyone should shave their head at least once. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an experience. I like it now. Now when it grows out a little bit, it actually will bother me. Like when I actually got hair, I'm like, I got to go shave this off. So I'm so used to it now. Rick's got that smooth skin. Rick and tallow. And Jeanette says, I like the goatee look. Looks like Travis Kelce and his brother. Oh, you know what? That's good, because you know what I usually get? I usually get Walter White from Breaking Bad. That's what I usually get.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Oh, so yeah, Travis Kelce. That's nice for a change.
Get the hat on one time. We'd like to see that.
I'm not even sure who that is.
Oh, Walter White from Breaking Bad. I haven't watched Breaking Bad either, but I know he was like, it was one of those TV shows where the story revolved around him, but he was the bad guy, you know? So I think
I don't watch TV.
I think he was a drug dealer or something in the show. I have to, but it's on my to watch list because everybody tells me I should watch it, that it was really good. So,
oh, Rick, if you ever decided to watch TV, that would be a good place to start. That was one of the all-time best.
The last TV show I watched was a show called Lost, and after that, I just don't watch TV anymore.
Yeah, that show pissed me off. Spent so much time into it, and I just freaking didn't understand. I'm just like invested so much time, and at the end, it was like, really, for what? This is just ridiculous. Now, I did buy recently, and I haven't broke it open yet. It's been sitting probably for a year or so now. I bought the complete Miami Vice collection. And,
I remember when that was on TV.
Watch you pedaling around Miami and all that. I'll bust that out and watch it again.
I watch some shows. I got streaming networks and stuff. Like the one that I liked recently, I binged a couple weeks ago, was called The Pit on HBO. And the season, it took place in the emergency room of a Pittsburgh hospital, and every episode was another hour in the day. The whole season was one day, one shift at that hospital. It was very interesting. And then my wife and I were binging a show called The Blacklist right now, which is on Netflix, and I guess it originally aired on NBC or CBS or something. And that's interesting. There's a couple of shows.
Yeah, that one's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I was
the surveillance one. The one where it played up all the, like, everywhere you go, you're on camera, and there's like AI watching you.
Sounds like 1984.
Over the season, it built up to the AI was a thing that was like the nemesis of the movie. I mean, of the series. Like, they were battling against this AI that was getting out of control. Oh, what was that? Maybe someone in chat knows.
Doesn't ring a bell.
That was quite interesting because it was really at least a decade ahead of its time.
Rodney says, I just salted using beast mode soap. Ingredients are grass-fed beef tallow, water, activated charcoal, eucalyptus essential oil, and my skin and hair are so much better already. And my wife noticed also. I just salted. You must mean I just showered.
I make my own soap.
That's what that sounds like. He showered, and that was the soap he used, right? Right now I'm using what's it? It's like what's it called? Like Sasquatch soap or something? It's a men's soap. It's
Dr. Squatch soap.
Dr. Squatch. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, they had that at Sam's Club, so I went ahead and bought some to try it. I like it. It's kind of overpriced though.
I don't know why people don't make their own soap. That's what I do.
I wouldn't know.
From wood ashes and lard.
Mm-hmm. Miami Vice the other day. Don Johnson was so yummy. They've been on this Silver Fox kick for a while. They're over there talking about hot dudes. Started, not salted. Yeah, I just started using beast mode soap. Okay, in the shower, most likely. I thought it was probably still right there. I like Renaissance fairs. The beardy men often get dwarf-style beard jewelry. That and a kilt or a good barbarian outfit are a look. All right.
I just found the name of that series. It's called Person of Interest.
Person of Interest. Okay, I haven't heard of it, but that sounds like something that I might be into.
2011 to 2016.
Mm-hmm.
It was really it'll captivate you. It's really good. Even if you right from the first episode.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Don Johnson still looks good. Oh my God, so yummy. Wow, I have dreams tonight. Between bringing up Don Johnson and Rick showing up in a suit today, I'm sure you will. I love the Celtic fare we have here. Is it Celtic or Celtic? I always say Celtic.
Celtic.
Is it Celtic? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll probably forever pronounce that wrong then. Rick is a caveman, LOL.
I pretty much am.
All right.
How many people live the way I do, making their own soap? I mean, brush your teeth with lard and baking soda. That's pretty primitive.
I've done the baking soda thing. Yeah.
I use lard. You put lard on the toothbrush and then you sprinkle the baking soda on it and you brush your teeth with it. It works really well.
Yeah. What does the lard add to it? Just so the baking soda has something to bind to?
Yeah, pretty much. Otherwise, you brush your teeth with baking soda all the time, you're going to wear them down. But since you use lard, it actually makes almost like soap. It's like a soap for your teeth.
Ugh. I'm contemplating trying to eke this out 10 more minutes just so I hit the 4-hour mark.
But you got a long way to go to beat my live streams.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut them back, though.
Oh, the Saturday. You're talking about your Saturday ones?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know you went 9 a couple weeks ago.
9.5.
Yeah.
Last time I cut it short so that Erin could have her live stream. Plus, we had enough excitement. That was more. I guess I don't think I'll have that many people on the next one. I think they'll lose interest, so we'll make them shorter.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you got that much to talk about, or if you got that kind of time, on a Saturday. So if you got Saturdays off and you like sitting on the YouTube for 9 hours, and so be it.
Milton, don't do that. Milton, stop it. He's trying to play with my toes. Stop that. No, those are not toys.
I got Milton right here.
Oh, look at that. Look at that cat. Here, Milton. Come on.
You jump screens.
Milton.
Look at that, Milton. Look at it. Look at that black cat. Black cat.
Let's see. He's got a little white patch right here. He doesn't like to be picked up, though. But I can't believe he's not fighting for his life to get out of my arms.
I just opened my door. Maybe mine will come in.
There you go.
Mine's not black, though. I can't join the Black Cat Club.
Okay.
So Milton's got like big pupils, and your cat has the little slit cat pupils.
I think it's darker in here.
This is a baby. I have his father too. That's
little Milton. Little Milton is a cutie. Look at Milton. He's a cutie. I'm too nice to my cats. I'm so lovable.
Jeanette says Rick is the caveman and protector of Milton.
The little menace. Look at that black tail.
Rick would be telling the other cavemen what to do.
Be the only caveman with a generator.
Saw Big Cannon soaps at the sporting goods store. Stopped and smelled them. 2 maybes. The rest, meh. And I feel that way about candles. Sometimes someone will, smell this candle, smell this candle. Some candles smell good, but
I have electricity. Right. I don't use candles.
Bob, very funny tonight and informative. You keep it real. I like that. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we try. I try. Real, laid back, open, honest.
Quacked,
and cool with what everybody's doing, So, we're the judgment-free carnivore zone here. So, yeah. Hi, Milton Cutie. Meow. And Gary, pretty cat. All right.
It's amazing how many of us carnivores have cats.
Yeah, I've got mine's a Maine
There's
Coon.
like 7 or 8 in my house.
Oh, do you have really 7 or 8?
Yeah. Well, my daughter moved out a few months ago.
Cat.
She had her boyfriend's cat that lived in her room. And then we got another cat that doesn't play with the others that stays in its own room by itself. And so those cats I don't really see because they're upstairs and I hardly go up there. But then yeah, I mean I have like this cat, its father, its mother is the one that's in a room by herself. She had a litter, and 2 of those cats are with us. We actually gave them away to someone, and then like 2 months later, they gave it back because they had to move and couldn't keep them. And all started from my wife taking in a stray cat. That stray cat soon had a litter.
Mm-hmm.
From that litter, we kept 3 of them. One of them went to my wife's parents. And they still have it. And when the family was away on vacation without me, I let one of the cats out, and that was the last we ever seen of it. So they all hate me for that one. But we had the other 2 offsprings from that stray cat. One sadly died a couple of years ago, hung himself on the blind cord in my bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
I go into my bedroom, freaking cat's hanging there. It's so horrific. But anyways, the original mother stray cat just recently, a year, 2 years ago, passed away, and so we have the last remaining cat of that family tree was the alpha cat of the litter. Still have him.
Milton.
And yeah, my family, this is the way they do it. They'll find a stray cat somewhere. Oh, it's so cute. And they'll take it and they'll bring it home and they'll hide it from me for a couple weeks. And I'll finally like unleash it to him. It's like, but he's been living here for. I'm like, all right. I'm like, the reason why I'm mad about it is because who ends up paying for the food and everything? And who's the one cleaning the cat litter? It's me. And but anyways, yeah, I love them.
All my
house, but
all my cat waste goes into the biogas digester. So when I'm cooking my food, my cat contributed his part to it. Plus, I got all my friends to bring all their cat and dog turds over here to put into the digester.
I don't even know what that is or what that means, man.
It's biogas. It's for cooking. How do you think I get gas in my kitchen? That's not propane.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, yeah. You can make gas out of poop and plant material. I use grass clippings and, hedge trimmings and all that, and cat poop and dog poop and whatever dead animal you want to get rid of, just throw it in there, put a cap on it, and let it ferment. 2 weeks later, you got gas.
Interesting.
I got it hooked up to an inner tube.
Ultimate representative of green environmental conscientiousness.
Yeah, and everyone says, "Oh, Rick, you're bad for the environment because you drive a diesel truck and a diesel van." I'm like, you don't know what the fuel is in there, and that ain't diesel. That's used cooking oil.
Mm-hmm.
How's that work with the creeper van? I must scare the kids away, not attract them.
Well, that's a whole idea. It's like, what's that smell? It smells like paint. Like, yeah, that's my refined seed oils.
Oh, let's see. The feral grandma there says her black cat is elsewhere. And old Hilly over at carnivoretalk.com says, I used to have a black cat named Doormat. Since his passing, I now have all yellow cats.
Huh.
And Jamette says, Rick mentioned you and Russ in his live. That's how I got here. It's great. Yes, and I do have to thank Rick for, being so kind to. He restreams. I don't know if you're restreaming tonight, but he
Not
restreams.
tonight.
Yeah, he restreams on occasion, and he mentions me on Saturdays and says to come over and check us out. And he's here every Monday. So I absolutely love the support, and and if you're not a member of Rick's channel yet, go over there and show him some love as well.
Yeah,
See, I'm not a bad guy.
I was confused tonight. I'm like, isn't there a live stream tonight? Either this one or Keto Cookout. And I'm looking through it, and like, I've always watched this channel through Rick's screen. So I didn't have you. I wasn't subscribed, so I found the Keto Cookout live, and it's like, oh, it starts at 8:30. I'm like, cool. I'm getting ready. I cooked some burgers, and then I'm sitting there and I'm waiting. It's like 8:30, like
Tuesday.
8:35. It's not coming on. I'm looking at the screen. It says one waiting. I'm like, really? You only got one waiting? Oh, it's tomorrow night at 8:30. So I was like, oh shoot. Then what's the other one? It's like, yeah, Carnivore Talk. I had to go look it up, and it's like, oh, and so then I was like 45 minutes late.
Yeah, when you restream, does your copy only start from when you joined?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you do it earlier, it'll come up, but you don't have to be on there. I mean, it's going to start whatever time it's set for.
Oh, okay. I mean, like when you so if you were restreaming, like tonight, mine's going to say 4 hours. Yours would say 3 hours because
whenever I came on, yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah, that's kind of my guess. Yeah. So yeah, no, the only way you'd know then is either when you see it under my name here, carnivoretalk.com or Carnivore Talk up in the corner, or listen long enough to realize that that's the name of the channel over here. Yeah.
See, I knew I'd be late because we had that wedding reception and we had that dinner, and everybody knows what I like. So they're over there sticking T-bone steaks and ribeye steaks in my face, and they're all taking bets to see how much I can eat. I ate about, 10 steaks. So, wow. I guess they were satisfied.
Were you satisfied?
Oh, yeah. I was satisfied after 6 steaks. I have a big appetite, as you know.
I'm going to go.
Nothing constricting that stomach from expanding out as much as it needs to, right?
Well, the funny thing is I don't even have to loosen my belt. I know whenever I go somewhere to eat, everyone's got to loosen their belt. I never touch mine. I don't know where it goes. A lot of times after I eat, I gain 5 pounds just from the weight of the food.
Yeah, so that makes sense. If you eat 5 pounds worth of food in one sitting, yeah, that would mathematically be correct. If you sit down and eat a 3 pound steak, then you step on the scale, you'll be 3 pounds heavier.
Yeah, the science checks out.
Because that's what I went one time. I'm trying to remember. I weighed myself. I was 195. I went to eat. I think we went to one of them all-you-can-eat restaurants, and I kept eating meat. I came home. It was like 200 pounds. I finally got to 200 pounds. I've gotten over 200 pounds by a pound or two, but then by the morning, I've lost 3-4 pounds, just from taking a leak. The next day, back to 195. Oh, I can't gain even if I tried.
Yeah. I remember that question being asked. Like, if you ate a 3 pound steak, well, how much would you weigh 3 more pounds? Yes. Until your body breaks it down and does all that stuff with it. Yeah. So.
Actually, a little more because you'll have water with it, or, you may have some cheese, or you might have some yogurt. So it's always going to be a little bit more than 3 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Does a 16-ounce glass of water weigh 1 pound?
I would hope so.
No, that's not weight ounces. That's fluid measurement ounces. That's a different ounce.
How close is it? I don't know. I never checked.
I don't know. Let me Google it. How much does 16 ounces of water weigh?
A gallon is what, 8?
It says 1 pound.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's what I figured. Like, I try to weigh myself before I drink anything in the morning.
That's it.
Okay. All right. Because I thought, well, then as a gallon.
8 pounds something, right?
Yeah. How much does.
Depends on the liquid.
A gallon.
Gallon of water weighs more than a gallon of oil.
A gallon of water weighs 8.34 pounds.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many ounces in a gallon? 128.
Yeah.
So, oh, my phone's off, so I can't get to my calculator. All right, I'll do this math. It's after midnight. I don't want to math anyway. Jamet says Rick has a good live because you can check in and then check out for an hour or more, take a shower, come back on, and he's still going.
Yeah, they're that record 9.5 hour one. I came back and I actually thought YouTube was on autoplay and just went to another episode.
Yeah, I did that.
Like 4 o'clock. He's not still on. No way.
My son's graduation party was on a Saturday, and I checked in on the morning, and then I left to go help set up, and I had to go get the food. I'm driving, and I checked in. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's still going. So I listened to it, and then I shut the phone off to go in and pay for the food, load it in the car. I'm on my way back, and I'm almost back, and I just like turned the phone on again. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's still going. Yeah. All right, very nice. No, that's cool though. And Jamet says yellow cats are unique. So I'll Google that real quick too. And then
Garfield.
you know what?
No, not really. They're yellow.
Garfield.
I'll just see. I want to take a look at one. Oh, well, they brought me up what looks like that orange tabby. So, yeah. Yeah. I was doing tile for a guy the other day, and they foster kittens. So he had a little orange kitten tabby running around. It was really adorable. The guy hasn't paid me yet, so I want to choke it out of him. It's kind of annoying me, but. All right. So, hey, it's after midnight. We're after 4 hours. There are 17 people on YouTube, according to StreamYard, that are still here with us to the end. And that is just amazing. Whoever the 17 of you are, I know some of you are because you're here in the chat. I just want to say thank you. Like, wow, that's awesome. And let me know if you were here for the full 4 hours. That's what I'm curious. Like, did anyone start at 8 and they're still here? If so, just say something in the chat. So, and I'll give you some special recognition. So
Big Terry Sue's off the bed dreaming of Don Johnson. So
if we ever meet up, I'll give you an extra slab of butter.
Have an iguana.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So yeah, that's awesome. So I'm glad to see some of you made it here to the end. But yeah, old Hilly got here 2 hours late. That's okay. Same thing. Come and go as you please. We're just glad to have you here. And we missed some. We talk about some stuff at the beginning. You go back and catch it on replay if you want. One of these days, I'm going to watch. Terry Sue, what time zone is that? Because I started at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and so I don't know if you're 1, 2, 3, 4 hours behind me or something like that. Yeah, one of these days I'm going to actually segment some of these topics we've talked about and release little smaller videos, because we talk about a lot of good things. And, after the live, almost nobody's going to go back and watch 4 hours worth of content, to see if there was anything valuable in it, California. Okay.
I'm surprised people keep watching mine. The count keeps going up. It's funny.
All right. Well, that's good. And it's good that you got the views, you got the participation, and it's good that you got the support. Because we talked about some other YouTubers that were getting not lack of support, and they were getting discouraged. And you have a good audience that supports you, and that's awesome. So
yep.
All right. Okay. Well, so good night, Bob, old Hilly. Good night, Feral Grandma. Thanks for joining us on screen earlier. You're more than welcome to do that again next Monday. She mentioned she's been cooking a lot for years and pints been a pound the whole time. And and okay, so then 16 ounces is also a pint.
Is that why you pound beers?
So yeah,
I hate beer.
Thank you, Feral Grandma. Thank you, Terry Sue. Thank you, Jamette. Thank you, Bob O'Hilly. Whoever else is still here among the 17 people. I know those are the ones that are still in the chat. Thank you, No Slow, for joining us. Pleasure to meet you face to face for the first time.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, yeah, and you're welcome back, Rick. Of course, always. I appreciate your support. You're a great friend. And then anybody else that I've missed, didn't mean to. I guess the last thing I'll say is, throughout the week, if you want to talk or ask questions, come over to carnivoretalk.com. It's absolutely free. And you can ask your questions. We got some recipes posted over there. And that's that. If you're interested in doing an interview, let me know because we like to do that as well. That's it. I'm tired. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore because I'm delirious. I got to go to bed. So good night, everybody.
Good night.
I'm going to end the stream in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Quack.